All right, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so let's check our sound and then videos. Everything is okay. How is my sound? Can you hear me clearly?
Very clear, sir.
Okay, very good.
Very clear, sir. Thank you.
What's your next training after this?
Okay, so we are starting now. So last week, we talked about a couple of things, okay? And I suppose that with everything we discussed last week, we are all getting better and we are gaining more knowledge so far as peer review is concerned. Okay, so now you have decided to accept the invitation. So what do? You have to, how do you write the report? Okay, even though I send you an assignment on writing the report, last week we did not talk about the details on how you can write the report. So today we are going to cover that, and then you will be able to write a very good report after the training today. Okay, so let's begin with our slides. So we are going to begin with the do's and don'ts. Okay, the do's and don'ts. Okay, when it comes to writing a peer review report. Okay, so let's start with the do's. Okay, number one, justify your recommendation with concrete evidence and specific examples. So what that means is that every recommendation you give to the author, you have to provide an evidence for that. For example, if you say that the introduction has to be revised, okay? So if you say that, the question is, what particularly need to be revised? Okay, is it the statement of the gap? Okay, is it has to do with how interesting the study is or the importance of the study, or it's about the objectives? Okay, so you can't just say revise the introduction without telling the author exactly what he has to do. Okay, so you have to give specific evidence and give concrete examples. Okay, and then now next one is be specific so the authors know what they need to improve. Okay, so this is what I mentioned. Okay, for another example, let's assume that you give a comment about the methodology, and then you mention that your methodology has to be changed. Okay, so that's too general. So specifically, what do you mean by the methodology has to be changed? So you have to spell out, okay, maybe your sampling technique was not okay, you use this sample technique. Or maybe your population size was too small, consider using a bigger population. Okay, so you have to give specific example so that the author will be able to know exactly what it is that you want him to do, okay, or you want her to do. So these are things we have to note. Okay, then number three, be thorough. You have to be thorough. So this might be the only time you read the manuscript. So being thorough means that if you are giving suggestions, you should be detailed too. Okay, you should be detailed, because like we mentioned last week, your goal as a reviewer is to help to make the paper better. So if you are not thorough, you are not detailed in the suggestions you are giving, then the author will not be able to improve the paper in the best possible way. Okay, and then be professional and respectful. You have to be professional and respectful. We talked about this last week. Okay, so you have to show so much respect. Don't talk anyhow. Don't write anyhow. Okay, so the authors will be reading the comments you write. It's not just about the editor, but the author will be reading too. Okay, and then we know the golden rule. So you do to others what you want others to do to you. So you ask yourself, if I am treated this way, will I be happy? So if you know you will not be happy, then you don't do the same thing. Okay. So remember to say what you would like, what you liked about the manuscript. Okay. And what that means is that uh, when you are giving your review comments, you don't only tell the negative aspect of the paper, okay, but you also talk about what is good about the paper. Actually, it's always recommended that you first talk about the best aspect of the paper, that's the strength of the paper, before you go to the weaknesses. Okay, so take note of this, and then make sure that the writing is done. Okay, and now let's look at some don'ts. Okay, these are some things you don't need to do. And then number one is recommend additional experiments or unnecessary elements that are not that are out of the scope of the study or for the journal criteria. I have personally had this kind of experience before. For one of the papers we submitted to one ACI journal, okay, usually we improve the paper, and then we guide the author to submit it. So when the paper is reviewed, okay, we guide the author to respond to the reviewer comment. And there was this particular comment that was given, and then the reviewer was saying, oh, you should use this method, or you should use that method. So when the author emailed me, I told him, don't worry about that, because the study has been conducted already. There is no way another sampling technique can be used. Okay, it's been done already, so we cannot redo the whole study. So giving comments like that would not be necessary, simply because the study has been conducted. Okay, so don't talk about additional experiments or elements which are really out of hand. Okay, when it has to do with experiment. Okay, with experiment, things that you can talk about, okay, could be something that has to do with the objectives of the study. Okay, you could talk about it in case the methodology does not really cover the entire the objective. Then you can recommend, okay, you add this and that so that your objectives can be covered. It could be something like that, or maybe maybe in some description of some methods they were not detailed enough. So you can recommend you explain this method very well. Okay, in that cases, the author can do it. But if you tell the author change the sampling technique, it's a no. Why? Because the study has been done already. No, it cannot change it. Or let's assume that the study was quantitative, and you as a reviewer, you are telling the author, you use quantitative. I mean, it will not work. Why? Because the study has been done already. It cannot change from quantitative to qualitative. It's been done. Okay, so that's something that you have to know. Okay, and then tell the authors exactly how to revise the manuscript. Okay, you don't need to do their work for them. Okay, so you as a reviewer, it's not your objective or your duty, okay, to revise the paper. Okay, it's only your duty to tell them how the paper needs to be revised. Okay, so if the paper has grammar issues, it's not your duty to fix the grammar issues. Okay, it's the duty of the author to fix the grammar issue. It's not your duty. Okay, so you should know that at the end of the day, this is what you have to do. Okay, and this is what you don't have to do. Okay, know your work very well. Okay, next one. Use the review. Don't use the review to promote your own research or hypothesis. Okay, so you don't have to use the reviewer to promote your own agenda. Okay, like we mentioned before, when you receive a paper, it's confidential and you are not allowed to share it with anybody or to use that paper for any other reason. Okay, so that's something you should always take note of. And then don't focus on typos and grammar. Okay, there are times reviewers tend to focus on typos and on grammar, and then they forget about the main content, okay, of the whole thing. So if the manuscript needs significant editing for language and writing quality, just mention it, okay? Mention that in your comment. So don't let that be your number one focus, because those things can be fixed, they can be corrected. Okay, so as much as the originality, the content of the paper is very good, okay, typos and grammar can always be corrected or be fixed. Okay, so that is something you should take note of. And the next one, submit your review without don't submit your review without proofreading it and checking everything one more time. So what that means is that after you are done writing your review report, okay, you are supposed to read it again to make sure that your own review report has not got grammar problems. Yeah, I've seen that too. That after I received the reviewer report, even the report has got so many mistakes. Okay, so if you, the reviewer, your report has mistakes, then how qualified and competent are you to review somebody's paper? So you have to check and make sure, read again, that everything you have written really makes sense, okay, before you you submit it to the editor. Okay, so take note of this. Now let's look at your role as a referee. Okay, your role as a referee. Now, like those of you who like watching maybe basketball, or you like watching soccer, or maybe any other game that has a referee, you know what a referee does. Okay, that the referee is a neutral person. Okay, he takes no side. He's an advocate for the both playing teams. Okay, so if ever a referee tend to take side with any party, then the referee is biased or corrupt. Okay, so as a reviewer, your role is to serve as a referee. Okay, so before starting a review, okay, it's helpful to consider the role of the referee. Okay, so in a marvelous editorial, according to Benners, Kirk, and Hall, okay, they suggest that the referee need to fill two roles. And then number one is the journal advocate. And then number two is the author advocate. So like I mentioned, you as the referee or the reviewer, okay, you are the attorney for the journal, and then you are also the attorney for the author. Okay, so you are standing in between, making sure that everything goes well. Okay, so that is one thing you have to know. So you are an author advocate, and you are also the journal advocate. You are speaking for both the journal, and then you are speaking also for the author. Okay, and then the journal advocate is concerned about the significant quality, internal logic of the research and the manuscript. Okay, so your goal as a defender of the journal is to make sure that, look, this paper is really of great significance. Okay, it has logic, it makes sense. Okay, and you have to make sure that the quality is good. Okay, so you check all these things. And another thing is, most referees understand this role. However, many referees ignore their role as an author advocate. Okay, and this causes many problems. Okay, there are times the reviewer tends to stand with the journal only and forget about his role as a defender of the author. Okay, so we don't need to forget about this every time when you receive a peer review, you receive a paper to review. Remember that you are both standing for the author, and you are also standing for the journal. You have to play your role as a neutral person, okay, doing what you have been asked to do. Okay, now let's look at this more into detail. Your role as an author advocate. Continue. Okay, so being an author advocate implies taking a sympathetic, engaged, and even humble attitude in reviewing others' work. Okay, I really want you to take note of these important words here. Okay, so you are doing something important over here. All right, so note the words here: sympathetic. Okay, sympathetic, engaged, and humble attitude. Okay, this is who true reviewers are. You have some sympathy for the author, you are engaged, okay, with him, and then you are humble in your attitude, okay, as you review the work. Okay, so you don't look proud, arrogant. You don't sound like you don't care about the paper whether it will be published or not. No, that is not it. So at the end of the day, your goal is to have the author to get published. And your goal is to make sure that the paper published is a good quality. Okay, so that is it. When you do this, then you will be performing a very good role, okay, as an author advocate. Okay, that's something you have to note. Okay, so it also means setting aside one's prejudices, okay, to make sure you are not imposing your own view, okay, on the author. Okay, there's something called content imposition. And when we say content imposition, it's like that. There are times when you are advising somebody, you ignore their views or their own opinions, and then you tend to tell them your personal opinions. Okay, and that is not correct. Okay, it's not correct. So you don't just tell them what you think. Okay, but you have to consider what they think as well. So it should be a cooperation or a fusion of two ideas, your own thinking and the thinking of the author. Okay, so you don't say that, look, this one is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Maybe because in college, that is what your teacher taught you. But his teacher did not teach him that. Okay, so you have to consider all these things. And it's also important to choose your words carefully. Okay, and avoid unnecessary harsh, dismissive words. Choose your words carefully. Okay, don't forget we said you have to be humble, sympathetic, engaging. These are the three magic words to describe a reviewer attitude: sympathetic, engaging, and humble. Okay, so if you are being guided by these three magic words, what that means is that you are going to choose your word carefully so that at the end of the day, your reviewer report will not look offensive or hurting when when the author reads it. Okay, so this is something you have to take note of. Okay, and then Rodiger 2007 points out that there is a strong empirical evidence that being in a position of power, especially if clothed with anonymity, tend to have a bad influence on us. Okay, this is very true. Usually, when you are in power, it's different. And then when you are not in power, it's different. I mean, people's attitude change. For example, let's look at politicians. Okay, when politicians are doing their campaign, when they come to you, they are so humble. Why? Because they are not in position yet. But after they get power, when you even talk to them, they don't want to listen anymore. Okay, and that is human nature. It's not just about politicians, it's human nature. Okay, so because you are a reviewer doesn't mean that you have the right to write anything about any paper, or it doesn't mean that you have the right, okay, to just use any words on any author. No, it does not work like that. Okay, so being in a position of power, you still need to be guided by the three magic words: sympathetic, engaging, and humble. Okay, so for that reason, Rodiger recommends writing reviews as if the author will learn your identity, okay, and wouldn't be embarrassed. Okay, so see it like you are writing a letter to somebody you know personally, and the person knows you. Okay, that is the mindset you should have when you are writing a reviewer report. Okay, see it like, look, the person I'm writing this to knows me and I know him. Therefore, if I'm arrogant or if I write something offensive, well, the person will not feel good and I will not feel good seeing him in person. So if that is the case, then you are going to make sure that you write it well. Okay, so this is good advice. Okay, as Benos, Kirk, and Hawk 2003 point out, if a reviewer acts as an author advocate, then many potential problems that may arise during peer review could be avoided. Okay, so if you as a reviewer, if you are going to really play your role as an author advocate, then a lot of papers can be published. I tell you, a lot of papers can be published. Okay, but the problem with most journals, especially traditional journals, is that the reviewers never play their role as author advocate. They only play their role as a journal advocate. Okay, and they don't help the author to make the paper better. And that is why many papers end up being rejected. Okay, so you future reviewers, you need to understand that you are not only playing the role of an author advocate, but you are also playing the role as an not only as a journal advocate, but also as an author advocate. So playing these two roles is the best thing you can do as a reviewer. Okay, and then the key to being an author advocate is that vague and general criticism is easy, but it's not very useful. Okay, so sometimes reviewers just give vague and general criticism. For example, saying something like, look, the introduction is horrible. That's very offensive. Okay, so don't write your introduction is horrible. Or sometimes some people write, well, it seems you don't understand what you are writing. That's very, very horrible. Please, don't treat people like that when you are reading their papers. Okay, so you have to use constructive criticism that strengthens the paper. Okay, that strengthens the paper, and also serve serve future readers. Okay, so you need to give constructive, not destructive comment. Okay, as a reviewer. Okay, however, being an author advocate does not mean ignoring the problem. Yes, that is what we said. Okay, the problems in the paper, as this implies, the referee is abdicating the role of the journal advocate. Okay, so you have to be neutral, play your role well. Okay, stand with both the author and stand with the journal, so that at the end of the day, the journal will have his cake, the author will have his cake, and then both can be happy together, like that. Okay, so that is how things need to be. So don't criticize unnecessarily. Okay, now let's look at limited reviewer responsibility. Okay, and what that means is that for you as a reviewer, you don't have total control over the whole paper. Okay, so when it comes to publishing from the beginning to the end, the role of the reviewer is very small. Okay, so it is also worthwhile noting that a referee has limited role. Okay, you have limited responsibility. A referee can only provide insight into aspects of the paper for which the referee has expertise about. Okay, so there are some components of the paper you might not be really competent in that area, like the other participant mentioned this morning, that the media is not her field, and that is how it is. Okay, so your role is limited. Okay, so you just give comments and that is all. So your comments should not be something that will end up frustrating the author, but it should be something which will give the author courage to do more. So consequently, referees do not need to worry, okay, if there are aspects of the paper that are beyond their skills. Okay, so if there's something you feel like, I'm not an expert in this area, so I can't really do it, that's okay. No need to worry or feel bad or anything like that. Okay, so just do what you can, and that is it. Just do what you can. Okay. Furthermore, a referee need not correct the grammar of the paper. I've talked about this. Journals have copy editors who can correct basic grammar in the English. Okay, so it's not your duty, okay, to fix every grammar problem or every grammar issue that is in the paper. No, it's not. If there are grammar issues, we just point them out. Okay, as simple as that. However, the copy editors are not scientists. Okay, therefore, it can be very helpful if the referee points out scientific terms that are misused, okay, or sections of the paper that are hard to understand. Okay, now this is the reality. You, the reviewer, you might not be a grammarian, okay, and the one who is the grammarian is not an expert, okay, in that particular field. So your role is not to fix the grammar, but to check the content. And then if there are words or scientific words, technical words, which have been misused, you just point them out. Okay, you just have to point them out so that the content editor, okay, would know, oh, this word has been misused. Because if you don't point out, they will never know. Okay, they will not know it's been misused. Okay, so that is something you will need to do, which is very important. Okay, now let's look at part of a good review. Okay, so every review has got parts. Okay, it's got parts. Okay, and then there is no magic formula for a good review. Okay, that's what you have to know. Just like there's no magic formula for writing a research paper, there's no magic formula for writing a good review. However, most good reviews have got some common components. Okay, good reviews have got characteristics, they've got features. Okay, there are things that are unique about them. And then when you see those things, you will know, look, this paper has been well written. So you will get to know it. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Now, number one here. Okay. Number one here is contribution, significance, and novelty. Okay. Contribution, significance, and novelty. So although some journals ignore the question of novelty and significance, okay, for most research journals, an evaluation of the contribution of the work in the context of significance and novelty is a key concern. Okay, so a good article has good significance or great significance. And then the novelty is also something great. And usually journals, most journals, not every journal, but most journals are going to look at the significance of the study. Even for us, okay, if you submit a paper to us and you say, improve my paper so I can publish, now, the first thing we look at is the significance of the study and the novelty. Okay, Because if the paper is just about your school, I mean, how important is that to the whole academic community? Okay, so maybe it's just a survey of your teachers. I mean, novelty is very low. So getting a paper like that published in a good journal will not be easy. Okay, but if your paper is about a whole city, or maybe about a whole barangay, or about something, then the novelty can be great. Okay, or maybe it's a scientific experiment discovering something new, or affirming or confirming something. Novelty can be great. So usually if your goal is to get a paper published, then you have to write a good paper. Okay, don't just be lazy, because sometimes we researchers, we are lazy, and then we don't want to stress ourselves. So when we are lazy, we cannot produce a good paper. Okay, so think about uh, the end from the beginning. At the end of the day, you want your paper to be published. In that case, write a paper which has great novelty. That is very important. And then in that case, you will be able to publish the paper. Okay, so significance is of great concern to most journals. Okay, okay. The words contribution, significance, and novelty are somewhat difficult to define, as they are related but not identical. Okay, so generally the contribution describes what information or innovation the paper offers. So when we talk about the contribution of the paper, we are talking about the information, the innovation that the paper offers. However, if we talk about significance, okay, it gives an indication, okay, of how broadly the paper's insight might be applied. Okay, so significance has to do more with the application of the findings. Okay, and then when we say novelty, we are talking about how much of the information is known already. So what you are studying, do people know it already? Okay, maybe you are studying on the impact of COVID, maybe on teachers. Okay, so you have to ask yourself, is there any study conducted on this topic already? So if it's been conducted, then the level of novelty of your paper is going to be extremely low. That is the issue. So in that case, you can make your study more specific, okay, to increase the novelty. Okay, maybe there was a study done in the US about the impact of COVID on teachers, but maybe in your region, there's no study like that. So in that case, the novelty of your paper is going to go very high, because nobody has conducted any study like that in your region. And then the publisher, the journal, will want to publish it. Why? Because it's very specific, okay, relating to your particular region. Okay, and then the scope is big. Okay, the scope is big, and a bigger scope actually increases the significance. Okay, don't forget I said when we say significance, we are talking about how broadly your study can be applied. Okay, how broadly your study can be applied. So that is it. Okay, so think about novelty, think about significance whenever you are writing a paper. If your goal is to publish the paper, then don't take these things for granted. In the same way, when you are a reviewer, this is what you are going to look at. Okay, is the paper of great significance? How about the novelty? Is it is it of high novelty, or is it something low? Okay, so that is what you are going to consider, or you are going to look at. Okay, so a well-written paper has a very clear statement of contribution. Okay, if the paper is well written, okay, statement of contribution is clear, okay, which is usually a focus of the introduction, okay, and it's revisited in the conclusion. So the contribution is highlighted in the introduction, and then in the conclusion, it is also highlighted again. So you as a referee, it's important to be sensitive, okay, that a manuscript can have limited novelty, but okay, still be publishable if the significance is great. What does it mean? Now, what that means is this. When we say significant, we are talking about applicability of the study, okay? And then when we say novelty, we are talking about how much is known about that topic or the study, okay, that you have conducted, how much is known. Okay, there are times maybe a lot is known, okay, but applicability is not well done yet. So which means it has great significance. So in that case, you as a reviewer, you can consider, okay, even though the novelty is not really great, okay. For example, let's say that let's talk about COVID again, okay. Let's say that the impact of COVID on vegetable growers, maybe in your region, okay, the impact of COVID on maybe vegetable growers. Okay, when we talk about novelty, a lot is known about COVID. Okay, on the finances of sellers, maybe on farmers, a lot is known already. Okay, but yet maybe in your study, you are coming up with ways that the farmers, okay, or maybe the sellers, the vegetable sellers, could stand up strong in the midst of this crisis. Okay, you are making proposal, or you are proposing something, or you are coming up with solutions, okay, for vegetable sellers, how they can survive in this period of the pandemic. Okay, so which means that the significance of your study will be very robust, even though the novelty is very low. Okay, so reviewer, you are going to check all this: contribution, significance, and novelty all the time. Okay, so if there's a good balance in this, then even if the grammar might not be good, you just have to recommend improving the grammar, and then the paper could be good for publishing. Okay, that's very important. So you have to be sensitive to all this that we have talked about. Okay, for example, a paper pointing out flaws in typical analysis could be very useful, okay, to the scientific community, even if, okay, it could be argued that those flaws are well known. Okay, let me explain further. Maybe you wrote a paper, and then in your paper you are pointing out, okay, you are mentioning common flaws, okay, common flaws in typical analysis, which could be useful, okay, to the scientific community. Novelty means that a lot is known already. But when we talk about applicability, okay, the study could be useful, especially you gathered flaws from different literature, you put them together as one. Okay, so the usability of this document is very, very high, even though these main flaws are known already. You get a point? Like a compilation of something. Okay. Yes, it has great significance, even though novelty is low. So materials like that could be considered for publication. They could be considered for publication. Okay, so that is another example that we can talk about. Okay, now number two, major concerns. Okay, major concerns about reviewing. Okay, now major concerns are those issues, okay, that are central questions that need to be addressed if the paper is to be published. Okay, so usually we have major concerns, we have minor concerns, we have strengths, we have weaknesses, we have overall comment, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it is therefore useful to separate major concerns, okay, from less important concerns. Okay, so when you are doing your review, these are things you are going to take note of. They are things that are really of great concern that you have to focus on. And there are things which are really not so significant. Don't blow them up into mountains because they are just minor issues. Okay, they are just minor issues. Now let's explain further. Okay, major concern, highlighting the major concern in a separate section will assist the editor evaluate the likelihood, okay, of publication, clarify the author, clarify for the author the main issue, okay, and even have the referee focus in any subsequent review on the same work. Okay, so numbering the major concerns can be useful. What that means is that in your review, okay, in your review, there's going to be a section which is called major concerns. Okay, and then in your major concern section, you need to clarify, make it very clear to the author the main problems, okay, that need to be fixed in the paper. Okay, so when you do that, it will help the editor to make good decision on the paper. And then it will also help the reviewer and the author, okay, to know exactly what to do. And even you as the reviewer, if ever you are going to review that paper the second time, it's going to help you, okay, to be able to do the review, the next review a better way. Okay, so you need to include this particular section. Okay, and then number three is minor issues. Minor issues. Okay, so minor issues are concerns that should not affect the question whether the paper needs to be published or not. Okay. Okay, nevertheless, pointing out small improvement or corrections can help future readers in understanding the work. So take just one example, suggestion for improving the clarity. Okay, suggestion to improve the clarity, okay, of figures can enhance communication of the paper. Let's assume that you are giving comments on the tables, okay, to maybe reduce the table size, or maybe to include an extra column, and that all those are minor issues in the paper. And those things do not affect whether the paper should be published or not. However, it helps to it helps to make the paper better. Okay, so that's something you have to take note of. Okay, so don't spend so much time on the minor issues. Okay, however, just mention them because they are also important. Okay, and then the next session is summary recommendation. Summary recommendation, or you could also say overall view, your overall view. Okay, so many journals ask referees to give a summary, a recommendation, such as whether the paper should be accepted, revised, or rejected. So before considering the meaning of these terms, it's important to know that the editor makes decisions, okay, made a decision on the paper, not the referee. Okay, so as to whether the paper needs to be published or not, the reviewer does not make the decision on that, but it's the author that makes that decision. And what that means is this: the author or not the reviewer just gives the input, and then the editor will make the final decision, okay, as to whether the paper should be published or not. So the purpose of the decision recommendation is to serve as a summary, okay, of the referee's report. Okay, so at the end of the day, you are going to give summary recommendation. Okay, accept, reject, revise. You are going to do that. Okay, so you have to take note of this one. So the editor combines the information from all the referees, including not just the summary evaluation, but also the evaluation of the contribution. Okay, for the explanation of the major concerns. Okay, so the editor makes decision. Let's assume that the review was done by 3 referees. So the editor is going to look at the reviewer comment, okay, and the reviewer summary from the 3 referees, and then he makes decision based on that. Okay, so in making a decision, the editor evaluates all the information, okay, in the context of the journal's priorities and standards. Okay, in addition, the editor often has to balance contradictory recommendation from referees. Okay, so let's assume that 3 referees reviewed the paper. 1 referee said reject, 2 referees said accept. So in that case, what would the editor do? The editor is going to accept. Okay, how about if 2 referees, one say accept, one say reject? Okay, so in that case, the editor is going to check the reason why this referee said reject and the reason why this referee said accept. Okay, and then based on that, based on the reasons given by both referees, the editor will make the decision as to whether to publish the paper or not to publish the paper. Okay, so that's something that the editor is going to use. But the bottom line is that the editor will use, okay, the feedback from the reviewers to make the decision, okay, on the paper. Okay, now let's continue. It is important that the referee summary recommendation be consistent with the referee's review provided to the author. Okay, so you are going to give your summary recommendation, okay, and then you are going to give that in your report. Okay, so you have the list of everything you have written in the report. Okay, and one component of that is your summary recommendation. So everything you have written should coincide, they should be consistent with what you have in your summary report. Okay, so that's something you need to do. For example, let's assume that the rating is 1 to 10. Okay, so you give 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like that. And then maybe the summary of all the rating is about 80%. And yet you are saying reject. So if you say reject, it means it's not consistent. Okay, it's not consistent. All right, so everything you have should be consistent. Okay, so if you are saying reject, it means that your rating is below 80%. That if you sum up the average of all your rating, and then it's higher than 80%, or it's 80% plus, then the paper has to be published. Okay, so for example, in some cases, referees provide little or no criticism in their report to the author, but then recommend the editor to decline the paper, and that's not fair. Okay, so you are going to tell the author, okay, the problem with the paper, and then to the editor, you are going to give your summary report, why the paper has to be rejected. And then the bottom line is that the author has to know why the paper was rejected. Because we mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, your goal is to help the author to improve the paper. So if ever the author is going to improve or even resubmit, if you don't tell why the paper has to be rejected, then the author might not know why. Okay, the paper has to be rejected. There was one particular paper I submitted to the Egyptian Journal of Agronomy. Okay, that is a journal indexed in Web of Science. And then when I submitted the paper, they emailed me back. They said, your paper has been considered to be published in December. That was last year, December. Okay, so revise the paper and resubmit. But the reviewer did not tell exactly what is it that the paper I need to do. Then I emailed them. I said, what is it exactly I need to do about the paper? And then it was just like an automated message of the same old thing again. Okay, so at the end of the day, I didn't know how I need to improve the paper. So I did not pursue publishing with them anymore. Okay, so don't make your authors feel frustrated. No, you don't have to do that. So if you want them to do anything about the paper, please make sure, okay, make sure you tell exactly what the author needs to do. If you are not going to tell the author what he has to do, then he will not be able to do the right thing. Okay, he will not be able to do the right thing. So we have to take note of this and then do the right thing. Okay, let's continue. Summary recommendation. Reasons for recommending rejection usually center on whether, okay, on either a limited contribution or significant errors. Okay, the difference between major and minor revision becomes clear by considering how major and minor concerns were defined above. Okay, so if you want to comment, the paper need major revision or the paper need minor revision, you have to ask yourself, what are the major concerns and what are the minor concerns. Okay, so usually the journal has a unique definition of what major concerns are and what minor concerns are. Okay, so minor revision means minor concerns, and major revision means major concerns. Okay, so given any of these, please just make sure, you have to make sure that major concerns and minor concerns are well defined before you think about writing major revision or minor revision. Okay, so that's a major revision indicates that there are important concerns that need to be addressed. Okay, requiring reconsideration by the referee. Okay, and then a minor revision indicates that the changes are small or routine and can be checked by the editor or simply left to the author to decide whether to make them or not. Okay, so these are the difference between major and minor revision. Okay, but usually if your paper is not declined, okay, if your paper is not declined and then the journal said, okay, there's a major revision or there's a minor revision, it means you really have hope, okay, that the paper will be published, especially if it's just a minor revision. Most of the time, that has been the experience, okay, of most of the papers that we submit. Okay, usually it's minor revision. And like I said, almost every paper will have a minor revision. Accepting a paper just as it is to be published is not common. Okay, it's not common. It's just 1 out of 100 papers. Okay, so almost every paper will have a minor revision that needs to be made. Okay, all right. So you as a reviewer, please take note what minor revisions are and then what major revisions are, so that you will not end up rejecting somebody's paper when indeed the paper is worth publishing. Okay, all right. Now let's continue with ethical considerations. Okay, so over here, taking note, okay, taking on the task of reviewing is of great responsibility, and then it is important that referees fulfill their commitment, okay, with strong attention to ethics. Okay, so ethics on your part as a reviewer is important, and then ethics on the part of the author is also important. And what that means is that at the end of the day, you are going to make sure that the author has followed ethical considerations. And then you as the reviewer, you are also following ethical considerations as well. So this may seem like a rather obvious platitude. However, okay, although the overwhelmingly majority of referees are thoughtful, honest, and caring individuals who value ethics in science greatly, it is surprising how often referees get involved in unethical behavior. Okay, so we know it, yes, but the question is, are we doing it? Okay, so you as a referee, don't be involved in any unethical behavior. Okay, we mentioned some of the do's and don'ts, and some of them are the ethical things that need to be followed. You as a reviewer, what you can do, what you cannot do. Okay, so these ethics need to be followed very well. They need to be followed. Okay, all right, let's move on. So there is a clear concern for an open discussion of ethical problems, okay, and greater acknowledgement of the importance of ethics. Okay, so this is a big issue because there are some journals that do not follow the ethics of the scientific communities. So referees should in particular consider the power relations, okay, between the author and the referee, especially in light of the general anonymity of the referee, okay, as mentioned earlier. Okay, and what that means is that earlier we mentioned that being in a position of power can make you a horrible person. Okay, it can make you horrible, and then you can easily abuse power. When we say power, it has to do when you have authority over somebody. For example, when somebody's paper comes before you, you have been given some authority to judge whether the paper should be published or not. Okay? And in this, you have to follow the code of ethics in peer review. Okay? You have to follow. Okay? Know that even though the author does not know, in your mind, review as if the author knows you and you know him. Okay, so if you are known by the author and then you know the author, are you going to be rude to him or her? Are you just going to write anything? Okay, are you not going to be thoughtful? Won't you be humble? Okay, so this ethics should be our guiding line all the time. Okay, this ethics should be our guiding line, and then we should make sure that we follow through, okay, all the ethical procedures as we review our work. Okay, number 6, confidential comment for the editor. Confidential comment for the editor. So some journals have a space for reviewers to enter confidential comment, okay, about the manuscript, especially there are journals that use a particular system for paper submission. Okay, for example, if you use OJS or you use I think one scholar, something like that. Okay, you will be given a section, okay, whereby you can enter confidential comments, okay, to the editor. The confidential comment will not be seen by the author. Okay, so if ever there is any section like that provided, then use this space, okay, to mention concerns about the paper, okay, that you would want the editor to consider before sharing your feedback, okay, with the author, such as concerns about ethical guidelines and language quality, okay, and then any serious issues should be raised directly and immediately to the journal, okay. So sometimes you as a reviewer, you feel like, well, I think the author should not be told this, only the editor should know. Okay, so in that case, you provide confidential comment, which will be given or which will be seen only by the editor of the journal. Okay, so this is something you are going to do. Okay, and then this section is also where you will disclose any potential competing interest. Okay, and then mention whether you are willing to look at the revised version of the manuscript. Okay, so what that means is this: maybe the author belongs to a particular company. Okay, and the company asks him to do the research, and you as the reviewer, you say there is some bias in the findings. Okay, because the company wants something good to be said about it. Okay, maybe they allow the author to write something good. I mean, like that, and you as the reviewer, okay, you sense there is something wrong somewhere. Okay, so in that case, you are going to report. Okay, you are going to report in the confidential section what you feel is wrong about the ethics of the paper. Okay, that's something you are going to do. However, do not use this space to critique the manuscript. Since comment entered here will not be passed along to the author. The author will not see, so it's not a place for critiquing. Okay, and then if you are not sure what should go in the confidential comment, just read the reviewer instruction. Okay, read the reviewer instruction or check the journal first. Okay, check the journal first before submitting your review. Okay, so sometimes it's maybe you are not sure. What should I do? What should I write here? Okay, if you are not sure, just check the guideline given for reviewers, so that at the end of the day you will be able to do the writing. Okay, so that's something you need to make sure you do. Okay, and then if you are reviewing for a journal that does not offer a space for confidential comment, okay, then consider writing to the editorial office directly through email. Okay, what your concerns are. So you can just write, okay, through email what your concerns are. Okay. Now number 7, giving feedback. Giving feedback. So giving feedback can be hard. Okay, and giving feedback can be even more challenging. Okay. However, remember that your ultimate goal is to discuss what the author would need to do in order to qualify for publication. Now, it's not everybody, who find it comfortable to give feedback on people's attitude or to give feedback on project or anything like that. They feel it challenging and uncomfortable. But understand that your goal of doing that is to make the paper better. So it's not like you are criticizing, but you are making the paper better. Okay. So the point is not to nitpick every piece of the manuscript. Okay. Your focus should be on providing constructive feedback, critical feedback on the author, that the author can use to improve the study. So this is what I mentioned, that you are going to use the feedback as a tool, okay, to get a paper improved, to make the paper better. Okay, so that's something you are going to do. So don't feel bad. Okay, don't feel bad. Okay, if ever you are giving feedback or you are giving your comments, okay, just feel free and do it as it has to be done, okay, without any kind of bad feeling. Okay, let's continue. If you've ever had your own work reviewed, okay, you already know that it's not always easy to receive feedback. Okay, I'm sure that maybe not all of you, but I'm sure that some of you might have submitted your paper to a journal before. It might not be a Scopus or Web of Science index journal, but somehow, some way, you might have submitted a paper to a journal before. And then a reviewer sent feedback to you. Okay, so sometimes you feel uncomfortable or even angry with some of the comments that the reviewers give. Okay, so in that case, understand that if the comment is not good, okay, you create negative feeling and emotion on the author. Okay, so the golden rule is write the type of review you would want to receive if you were the author. That is the golden rule. Okay, so even if you decide not to identify yourself in the review, you should write comment that you would be comfortable signing your name to. Okay, all right. Now let me put it this way. Let's assume that one of your students came to you and he says, "Sir, I got a new job. I need a recommendation letter." Okay, and then you are supposed to write a recommendation letter for your student. What do you think you will do? Are you going to write something horrible or offensive? Of course not. Okay, you are not going to write something bad, something offensive. That's not what you are going to do, right? Okay, because you know that your student know. Okay, your student knows that you are the one writing. And then apart from that, your name and signature are signed. Everything is there. So even if your student is not really good, you are not going to write something bad, but you write something neutral. Okay, for the sake of your name being attached, okay, to the recommendation. And that is the same thing we have to understand when it comes to writing peer review. Okay, write something that you will be happy to receive in case you were the author. Even if the paper is not good, write in a nice way. Okay, write in a nice way. Use good words, better words, okay, to write so that you don't sound too offensive. Okay, so in your comment, avoid using personal pronouns. Okay, please take note of this. Don't use personal pronouns in your review report. Okay, so use phrases like the authors or the author if one person. Okay, okay, so for example, the author's discussion of X, okay, instead of saying your discussion of X. Okay, so don't use your, use the author. Okay, the author, don't make it too personal. Okay, because if you use personal pronoun, it seems like you are speaking to the author directly, which is not a proper tone for writing review. Okay, so this will be depersonalized. This will depersonalize the feedback. Okay, and then keep the focus on the manuscript instead of the author. Okay, so let's say that maybe the method is horrible. Okay, so you don't say that your method is not well written. No. Okay, but you can say something like the author's methodology was not well written. But you don't just end there. You have to explain further why you think it's not well written. But even that, instead of saying not well written, you can say something like the author's methodology has to be written this way or that way. Okay, so you don't use the expression not well written, but you are going to tell directly what needs to be done. Okay, and then it makes you sound nice, humble, engaging. Okay, and not offensive. Okay, so depersonalizing your report is very important, and it's something you should do all the time. You are writing your report. Okay, make sure you use the author instead of using you and your, okay, which looks like a personal attack, okay, which keeps focus on the author instead of the manuscript. Okay, so this is something you have to note. Okay, now let's look at sample reviewer comment. Okay, sample reviewer comment. Okay, all right, so on the left we have before, and then on the right we have after. Before and after. Okay, so before, the authors appear to have no idea what they are talking about. I don't think they have read any of the literature on this topic. Now, this is a horrible statement to tell an author. Okay? Okay? This is horrible. So instead of saying this is how you can say it. The study fails to address how the findings relate to previous research in this area. You got it? The author should rewrite their introduction and discussion to reference the literature, to reference the related literature, especially recently published works such as Dundon et al. You get a point? Now, if we look at this clearly, okay, now it did not use any personal pronoun here. It begins with the study fails to do this. And then in the second line, it said the author should rewrite. So over here, it did not say this, it didn't say the author fails to address, but he said the study, just to keep the focus on the study, not on the author. You should get this very clearly, okay? Your focus is on the study, not on the author. So don't attack the author. Let your focus be on the study, okay? So the study fails to address how the findings relate to previous research in this area. Okay, then continues, the authors should rewrite, now telling what needs to be done, the introduction and the discussion to reference literature, especially, now specific example, recent published works such as Dundon et al. Okay, so this is how you write it. Now let's look at another example. Okay, before we have the writing is so bad. It is practically unreadable. I could barely bring myself to finish it. This is super duper horrible. Okay, you should not write this to an author. The writing is so bad. It is practically unreadable. I could barely bring myself to finish it. No, 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 no. It's a no, no. You cannot write this to your to the author. So what do? You can write this. While the study appears to be sound. You got it? No. So you start with a good footnote. While the study appears to be sound, the language is unclear. The language is unclear, making it difficult to follow. You got it? Okay. No focus on the author. It's just the paper. Okay, making it difficult to follow. Now, I advise the authors, okay, I advise the author's work, okay, the author's work with a writing coach or copy editor to improve the flow and readability of the text. You get a point? Okay. So you can always, write it in a very nice, polite way. Okay. So that you don't sound offensive and arrogant. Okay. Now, next one, before. It's obvious that this type of experiment should have been included. I have no idea why the authors didn't use it. This is a big mistake. Oh my God. It's not okay. It's not okay. All right. So you don't have to say that. This is a big mistake. No. Okay. So what do? You can say something like, the authors are off to a good start. With a good note from the beginning. The authors are the authors are off to a good start. However, this study requires additional experiment. Okay, this study requires additional experiment. Particularly, okay, then you mention the experiment. Alternatively, the author should include more information that clarify and justifies their choice of method. You got it? Okay. Before I mention that, when the study is done, don't tell the author to use another method because it's done already. Okay. So over here, you see an alternative is given, and the alternative is the author should justify why they did the study this way. Okay, so if they cannot use additional experiment, then they should justify. Okay, so if they cannot justify, then they have to include another experiment. Okay, so you write it nicely like this. Okay, and that sounds very good. Now, next is suggested language for tricky situation. Okay, sometimes you don't know exactly what to say or how to write it. You are just not sure. How do I write it? How do I put it? You are not certain. You are not sure. So you might find yourself in a situation where you are not sure, okay, how to explain the problem or provide feedback in a constructive and respectful way. Okay, so below are some suggested language, okay, for common issues you might experience. Okay, so let's talk about it. Okay, so think what to think, okay, and then what to say. Maybe you are thinking like this: the manuscript is fatally flawed. That's what you are thinking in your mind. The manuscript is fatally flawed, but you cannot write the manuscript is fatally flawed because that's arrogant. That's not accepted. So what you could say is the study does not appear to be sound. The authors have missed something crucial. You get a point? Okay. The study does not appear to sound maybe clear, or the study does not appear uh, to be sound. Okay, so the authors have missed something crucial, and then you go on to explain what it is that you feel is missing. Okay, so what you think is not what you write. Okay, in reviewing, you should take note of this. Let's look at some more examples. Okay, this is what you are thinking. You don't completely understand the manuscript. Now you are thinking that the author does not understand what he is doing. But you cannot write that the author does not understand. You can't do that. It's not accepted. So what you say, you can say something like, the author should clarify the following sections to avoid confusion. Okay, then you go on to mention what need to be clarified. Okay, now let's look at another example. Now you are thinking the technical details don't make sense. Okay, the technical details don't make sense, but you can write the technical details don't make sense. So how do you write it? Now write something like, the technical detail should be expanded and clarified to ensure that readers understand exactly what the researchers have studied. Okay, so you are thinking in one way and you are saying it in another way. All right, another example, you are thinking the writing is terrible. That's what is going on in your mind, but you cannot spew that out. So what do you say? You can say something like, the authors should revise the language to improve readability. Okay, the authors should revise the language to improve readability. Okay, so you do this. You say it, you think that this way and say it in another way. And that makes you an awesome reviewer. And every author that receives your review report is going to be super happy and excited. Okay, the next one, what you are thinking is the authors have over interpreted the finding. Okay, maybe there's too much exaggeration or something like that, but you can write the authors have over interpreted. So what you say, you can say that the authors aim to demonstrate XYZ. However, the data does not fully support this conclusion. Then you provide the detail. Okay, then you provide the detail what you think has been overemphasized. Okay, that is it. Okay, now let's look at, what does a good review look like? What does a good review look like? Okay, before we move on, let's have 10 minutes CR break, and then we'll come back again. Okay, 10 minutes break only. Okay, give me a thumbs up if it's okay with you. We'll have 10 minutes break. Okay, all right. So let's have CR break, even coffee break if you want to drink coffee. Okay, and then we'll be back again in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So let's continue. We are looking at what does a good review look like? Okay, what does a good review look like? Okay, so let's begin. So this is what Annalisa Pastori has to say. Okay, so it said the genesis of this paper is the proposal that genomes containing a poor percentage of guanosine and cytosine nucleotide pairs lead to proteins more prone to aggregate than those encoded by GC-rich genomes. As a consequence, these organisms are also more dependent on the protein folding machinery. If true, this interesting hypothesis could establish a direct link between the tendency to aggregate and the genomic code. Okay, so this is a paper. I will just read through it and then we'll try to explain. Okay, so continue. In their paper, the author tested the hypothesis. Now trying to explain the first one, okay, trying to explain this or writing a review report. Okay, so in their paper, the authors have tested the hypothesis on genomes of eubacteria using a genome-wide approach based on machine learning models. So eubacteria are an interesting set of organisms which have an appreciably high variation in their nucleotide composition with a percentage of GC genetic material ranging from 20 to 70%. The authors clarified different eubacteria. Make this smaller. Okay, the authors clarified different eubacteria proteins in terms of their aggregation, propensity, and chaperone dependence. For this purpose, new classifiers had to be developed, which are based on carefully curated data. Okay, so there's a report that is being given. Okay, and then he's suggesting that the authors clarified. Now he's saying this is a positive comment. Okay, and then says that they took account for 24 different features, among which are sequence patterns, the pseudo amino acid composition of phenylalanine, aspartic and glutamic acid, the distribution of positively charged amino acid, the Ford index score, and the hydrophobicity. These classifiers seem to be altogether more accurate and robust than previous such parameters. Okay, so the reviewer gives let's talk about the strength of the paper. Okay, the strength of the paper talks about this is included, the author did this well and that well, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so the authors found that contrary to what to what expected. What is expect? Let me read again. The author found that contrary to what is expected from the working hypothesis, which will predict a decrease in protein aggregation with an increase in GC richness, the aggregation propensity of proteins increases with a GC content, and thus the stability of the proteins against aggregation increase with the decreasing in the GC content. Okay, this is more biology and gene related. Okay, you might not understand all the words here, but I just want you to have a clear understanding about how this particular reviewer gave her review, so that in your case, if you are doing review, you will know exactly what to do. So don't worry about the technicality of the content. Just look at how the review report has been written. Okay, that is the main emphasis here. Okay, so again, we see here that the reviewer is giving the strength, what is good about the paper, telling everything like that. Okay, and then I continue. The work also established a direct correlation between GC poor genomes and a lower dependence on GROEL. The author concludes by proposing that a decrease in eubacteria GC content may have been selected in organizing phases proteostasis problems. A way to test the overall result would be through in vitro evolution experiment aimed at testing whether adaptation to low GC content provide folding advantage. The main strength of this paper is that it addresses an interesting and timely question, finds a novel solution based on a carefully selected set of rules, and provides a clear answer. Okay, as such, the article represents an excellent and elegant bioinformatics genome-wide study, which will almost certainly influence the thinking about protein aggregation and evolution. Okay, some of the weakness are the not always easy readability. Okay, so now he's talking about the weakness. Okay, so that irrespective of how great is readability is not clear. Okay, and then that is what he's mentioning here. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, another possible criticism could be that as any in silico study, it makes strong assumption on the sequence features that lead to aggregation and strongly relies on the quality of the clarifiers used. Even though the developed clarifiers seem to be more robust than previous such parameters, they remain only of a raw indication, which can only allow statistical consideration. It could, of course, be argued that this is good enough to reach meaningful conclusion in this case. Okay, so we see over here, okay, that first it gives the strength of the paper, and then now talks about the weaknesses of the paper. And then we realize here that there is no particular attack or rude statement or no criticism, but everything is constructive. Okay, as to what the weakness is, how it's stated, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we see that everything is well stated. Okay, and then if you want papers that you can use for your own personal review exercise, you can visit the site here. Okay, visit this link, and then over there you can have so many papers that you can review. If you want to practice more reviewing, visit here. Okay, number 8, let's talk about accepting or rejecting. Accepting or rejecting. Okay, earlier on we mentioned that usually there are three main decisions that a reviewer will need to make. Number 1 is reject, number 2 accept, or number 3 revise. Okay, and then with revision we have minor revision and we have major revision. Okay, so that at the end of the day you will need to decide which one of these you are going to decide on. Okay, so whether you recommend accepting or rejecting the manuscript, okay, keep in mind that one of your goals is to help the author improve this and future manuscript. Okay, so not to make them give up in despair. This is what we mentioned. Your goal is to help the author. Even if the paper is rejected, you are giving good enough reasons, okay, so that the author will be able to improve the paper for future submission. Okay, so what do? Avoid overly negative wording, okay, or personal comment. Okay, point out the main strength of the manuscript as well as the weakness, and then suggest specific ways to fix the problems, okay, that you have identified. So this is something you really need to do. Okay, something you really need to do. Make sure that at the end of the day you are helping the researcher. You are helping the researcher, okay, to do the right thing. Okay, very important. Okay, let's move on. So also avoid making overly brief and indirect comment, as these can give your report an unfriendly tone. Okay, so we are saying overly brief comment, which means that all your comments should be detailed as much as possible. Okay, your comments should be detailed. Every comment you give supporting reason, back it up, give specific direction. Okay, so don't give comment that leaves the author thinking, what do I do? I don't know what to do. Okay, so not like that. Make sure that every comment you are giving, okay, you are ensuring, okay, you are ensuring that, okay, it's well written, and then you are helping the reviewer to get things well done. And then reviewers from most journals are anonymous. Okay, not all, but most. Okay, and if anonymity, okay, is important to you, then avoid making comments that could make your identity obvious, okay, to the author. Okay, so don't write anything which could make which could make the author know your identity. Okay, don't write anything that would make your identity known. Okay, so every comment you make, just make sure, okay, make sure that you are really ensuring that your identity is hidden. Okay, and then if the editor sends specific instruction, okay, for the reviewer report, or maybe you are given a form like the one I sent to you, you just fill it out, okay, as part of the review report, and then you should write your report on using the requested format. Okay, so don't write it in your own way, but use the format given. And then if you receive no specific instruction, okay, the reviewer report should be divided into two parts. Okay, so maybe you are not given any direction as to how you should do it. Okay, so in this case, number one, comment to be read only by the editor, and then number two, comment to be read by both the editor, okay, and the author. Okay, so comment for both of them, and then comment for only the editor. If ever you are not given any form to use, that is what you have to do. Okay, that is what you have to do. Okay. All right. So the next one. Okay. Then we have comments. Let's talk about comment for only the editor. In this section, give the editor the recommendation for the manuscript. Okay. So like we said earlier, you are going to give comment, okay, and your comments are supposed to be used to improve the paper. Your comment are supposed to be used to improve the paper. Okay, so what that means is that you have to provide constructive, well written, and then proofread comment, okay, which could be used. Okay, and this usually have to do with the manuscript scientific soundness, the novelty, the quality, the importance, okay, the suitability for the journal. Okay, when we say suitability, we are talking about the scope of the journal. Okay, sometimes the article does not fit the scope. Okay, so you are going to recommend rejection, or you recommend that the article be submitted to another, be submitted to another journal. Okay, so editors take many factors into consideration, okay, when deciding whether the paper is right for the journal. Okay, so providing evidence or reasoning, okay, for your recommendation is very important. So like we mentioned earlier, every comment you give, okay, make sure that you justify your comment. Make sure you justify your comment. Okay, make sure you justify your comment. Okay, make sure your comment is justified. Okay, now let's look at some tips here. Recommendations are usually one of the following: accept the manuscript in its current form, or publish with minor changes, or publish if major improvements are made, or reject the paper. So usually these are how the recommendations are going to be. So you as the reviewer, your recommendation to the editor will be in any of these forms. Okay. And then let's look at comments for both the editor and then the author. So in this section, you are going to write a detailed report, okay, reviewing the different parts of the manuscript. Okay, here you will start with a short summary of the manuscript. Okay, you wrote after your first reading, and then in a numbered list, explain each of the issues you found, okay, that need to be addressed. Okay, it's always good if you have some comment, you give the comments in bullets. Okay, if the comments are in bullets, it helps the editor and the author to easily respond than writing it like an essay. Okay, so it's more advisable, okay, that your reviewer comments be written, okay, be written in bullets instead of paragraph. Okay, all right, so divide the list into two sections, which is major issues and minor issues. So first, write about the major issues, including uh, problems with the studies method or analysis. Okay, so you are going to write about the major issues of the paper, like we said earlier, and then the minor issues. Okay, so we said the major issues will bring about major revisions, and then the minor issues will bring about minor revisions. So if there are no major issues, then we are going to recommend minor revisions. Okay, but if there are major issues, then you are going to recommend major revision. So that's what you are going to do. Okay, and then next, write about the minor issues after you are done with the major issues. Okay, which might include tables of figures that are difficult to read, parts that need to be explained more, or suggestions, okay, to delete as unnecessary text. Okay, so this can be some of the minor issues. So if you think the English language of the manuscript is not suitable for publication, okay, just give specific examples, okay, so that the author will know what and how to address the problems. Okay, so these are also minor issues. They are not major issues. Okay, so whatever the minor issues are, be specific, and then help the author to improve the manuscript as such. Okay, and then let's continue. Okay, so be as specific as you can about the manuscript weakness. Okay, and then how to address them. So I have said this and I'm saying it again, meaning it's very important. So you should be specific as much as possible. Okay, be specific. Okay, and then tell how the work needs to be improved. So if the manuscript has line numbers, include the page line numbers. Okay, last week I said this, that it is good that if the manuscript is sent to you, usually if it's in PDF, the line numbers are indicated already. If it's in a Word document, you just need to go to insert and choose line numbers in Microsoft Word, and then the lines will be numbered. Okay, so if you want to tell the author something it has to do, okay, you state the page number and then the line number, okay, which makes the author and the editor to know which part of the manuscript you are talking about. Okay, So this will both help the author and the editor, who may later need to judge uh, if the authors have fixed the problems, okay, as the problems in their revised manuscript. Okay, for example, instead of the explanation of the proposed mechanism is not clear, you can write something like, the explanation of the proposed mechanism should be more detailed. Okay, consider referring to the work of Lee and Smith, 2008, and then Stein and Berda, Ital, 2010. So over here, you are given specific example and specific guide as to how they can improve the paper and make the paper better. Okay, all right. And then keep in mind that the authors and even the editor may not be native English speakers. Okay, so as a reviewer, you have to keep this in mind. So what you have to do, read over your comment, okay, after you are done writing, okay, and then check that they are very clear, okay, and then use simple wording, okay, and then make sure that it's readable. Okay, so don't write review and then after it's submitted, the author and then the editor cannot really understand what you are trying to communicate. So it should be clear as much as possible. Okay, it should be clear as much as possible. Okay, and the next thing here is, after the review, what do you do? So after you submit a review, okay, you should receive a notification that the review was successfully received, especially if you are submitting it through the journal website. Okay, there is an automated reply that will be emailed to you, okay, that the paper, that your review report has been accepted. If you did not use the journal website, okay, what the editor will email you back to say thank you, okay, for contributing to the journal. Okay, so it could either be through the journal website or through an email. Whichever case, you need to receive an email that your journal, your report has been accepted, has been received. Okay, so if you don't receive any notification email, then you have to follow up as to whether your report has been received or not received. Okay, so some journals will inform reviewers if the manuscript was accepted or rejected, while others will not. Okay, this is not typical of many journals. So, however, few journals do this, that if the paper is accepted or rejected, they will, okay, email the reviewer. But like I said, it's not common. So don't expect the journal to email you if the paper is accepted or not. Okay, usually you get to know after the paper is published or not published. So after the issue comes out, you check through it. If the paper you reviewed is accepted, you see it in the new issue. Okay, so some journals send reviewers the comments of the reviewer. Some journals send reviewers the comment of other reviewers on the same manuscript along with the decision letter. Okay, reading these comments can be helpful, but again, this is not common too. Most journals don't do that. Okay, usually the author will receive the comment from all the reviewers, but a reviewer will not receive the review report from a co-reviewer. It's not common. Okay, usually only the author is going to receive the reviewer comment from all the reviewers. Okay, so that's something you have to know. All right. So if the authors revise and resubmit the manuscript after the review, okay, the editor will often review the changes to decide if the reviewer comment have been fully addressed. Okay, so when the when the author revises the manuscript and submits to the editor, now the editor will check, okay, if all the comments given by the reviewers have been complied. Okay, so if they were not complied, the paper will be rejected, or the editor will email the author again and tell the author this and that you did not comply. We give you maybe 1 day or 2 days to do this. Okay, and then the author will have to do it. If the author does not do it, then the paper end up getting rejected. So sometimes, however, the editor will send the manuscript back to the original reviewer to get their feedback about the acceptability of the revised manuscript. Okay, if this happens, you just have to focus on the authors. If this happens, focus on if the authors have resolved the problems or have complied. Okay, is the most important. Okay, so if you are a reviewer and if it happens that the editor emailed you about the response or about the revision of the author, okay, you are not just going to review the whole thing all over again, but you are going to just focus on the revision which has been done by the author. Okay, you are not going to point another new issue which you couldn't identify in your first revision, your first review. Okay, so you just focus on the revision which have been done by the author. Okay, not revisiting something new which you couldn't find out in your first review. Okay, so that's something you need to take note of. Okay, and then that's done. I try to avoid raising new problems. Okay, unless they have to deal with the author's revision. Okay, so as a reviewer, don't raise new issues. Okay, even if you happen to see it, don't talk about them. Focus on the revision only. For example, if you ask the author to explain their method more clearly, okay, and can now see problems with experimental design that were not apparent before, okay, it is still appropriate to mention them. If the author decided not to follow one or more of your suggestions, okay, and explain why in their response letter, evaluate the reason. Okay, evaluate the reason and decide if you agree with their decision. So what that means here is that maybe in the methodology, your initial review, you give some comment that need to be fixed. And then the author revised the manuscript and submitted. And later on, you see another issue that you couldn't see before. Okay, is it appropriate to talk about it? The answer is if it's not a major issue, just ignore it. But if it's a major issue, you can mention. Of course, you can if it's a major issue. Okay, but if it's not a major issue, just ignore. No need to bring up new issue because it makes the whole process complicated on the part of the author. But if it's a major issue, you have to tell the author to fix it. Okay, and then if ever the author did not respond to some of your review comments, but the author provides an explanation, okay, you should consider, okay, you should consider the explanation. The explanation, if you are not convinced by the explanation, okay, then you can ask the author to do what you said. But you have to be reasonable, okay, all the time. You have to be reasonable, okay, and then look at the explanation they have provided. If it makes sense, then you should consider, okay. So if your suggestion arose from misunderstanding of the manuscript, okay, check to see if the authors have revised the relevant section to make it clear, or if they have explained a particular problem, okay, as a limitation of the study, and then be fair. So what that means is that even there are times reviewers misunderstand the manuscript, and because you misunderstand, you give wrong comment, okay. So after you give that comment, the author will try to explain, maybe you misunderstood this is what it means, okay. So when explanation is given, you have to read it, check it. Don't insist your own view. You have to be fair all the time, okay. However, if you still feel strongly that the manuscript should not be published because the author did not address the issues you mentioned, you should indicate this to the editor, okay, and explain why a particular change or addition is necessary, okay. So at the end of the day, you have to justify. You need to justify why the paper has to be accepted, rejected, published, or whatever. You always need to justify. Very important. Okay, so this brings us the end of the first presentation for this morning. Okay, so let's get the questions. Okay, let's get some questions. If you have some questions, some clarification, you can ask, okay, about the first presentation for this morning.
Good morning, doctor.
Good
I have
morning,
a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the discussions this morning, and I'm relating it with to the reviewer's report
Yes.
that we are required to submit.
Yeah.
For every comment or like in the abstract or any part of the of the research, should
Yeah.
we like give a second statement, like the author should consider revising, something like that, after mentioning the comment? Like for instance, the comment is the abstract is below the 150 word limit. So the should I add another sentence, like the author should consider revising it to reach the minimum requirement? Or
Okay.
is it not necessary?
Usually the abstract, if it's below, it's okay, but if it's above,
Oh, okay.
not okay. Okay, so usually the word limit means that it should not exceed that number. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the first case. And the second case, every comment you give, for example, like you said, you should tell the author exactly what to do. Maybe it's below the word limit, maybe because the method was not included in the abstract, or maybe there is no conclusion in the abstract. So in that case, you are going to tell the author, consider adding a conclusion to your abstract, or consider adding an introduction to your abstract. Okay, so whatever whatever comment you give, you have to give a suggestion as to how that can be accomplished. Okay, did I answer your question?
Yes, doctor. But for every comment, it is not necessary that we should suggest to the authors what should be done.
No, it is necessary that you suggest what should be done in every comment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, any more comments or question, please?
Another question, doctor.
Okay, Paul.
Regarding our reviewers report, do we get the certificate for doing this review of the articles?
Okay, I will.
This question was raised last
week,
Saturday.
Okay, with the question you have raised, okay, me and the team here, we thought about this, and then we are going to start a reviewer academy. So we will give you a certificate that you are a member of the reviewer academy. So from time to time, we will just send you some review work to do. Okay, so keep you engaged and qualified to be part of the Human Research Reviewer Academy. Okay, so we'll provide you with 2 certificates, one as a certified peer reviewer and one as a member of the Reviewer Academy.
That's very generous of your team, doctor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Yaman, may I ask a question?
Yes, Ray.
Sir, do you recommend that the one you gave us, in terms of the article you gave us, be converted to the numbered form that you suggested?
Yes, you can do it like that because if you do it, it makes your work easier to analyze on the part of the editor and then on the part of the author too. Okay, so those of you who have not submitted yet, you can consider doing that. Okay, so you insert line numbers so that every comment you give, you can link it to a particular line number. Okay, to make the work easier for the author. So you can do that, sir.
So the same will be returned to you, so that will be your basis or reference.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yeoman.
You're welcome. Okay, any more comments, additions, or questions? And
Morning,
those
Dr. Yaman. Hello
yes,
po. Hello,
yes,
sir. For clarification, Doc, for those who have submitted already the reviewer's report, are we going to resubmit again based on what you have discussed?
No need to submit again.
Okay.
No need to resubmit again. But in your future review work, you have to include everything we have mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Doc.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hello, doctor.
Yes, ma'am, Rosemary.
I have already submitted my reviewers reports on the 2 articles, but
Yes.
I wasn't able to indicate the scores of the authors because I don't know yet the scale.
Okay,
But
okay.
later this morning, I saw your email regarding the scale of 1 to 10. So
Yeah.
am I still allowed to resubmit?
Okay, so in your case, because you did not indicate the scale, you have to do it because at the end of the day, you have to score maybe 0 to 100. So if you don't indicate the scale, then it means your scoring is just out of your imagination. Okay, so you have to indicate the scale 1 to 10. So every item, you have to rate the item 1 to 10. Then at the end of the day, you add them together, take the average. Okay, so that becomes the basis of your final decision as to whether to accept, reject, or revise, like that.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Another question, is it necessary for me to include my signature at the bottom of the table?
Just your name and institution is okay.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. Okay, so those of you who do not have stable internet, don't worry because we'll email the video. Okay, together with the certificate, we'll email the videos to you. So later on, if you want to watch again, you are free to do that if your internet is not stable.
Didilo Niara. I thank you. At least we can.
Yes, Ma'am Frisida, don't worry. You have the videos. So you can,
Okay, thank you.
you can watch again.
All of us from SSC accordingly, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Any more questions or clarifications?
Doctor, it's not a question. It's just a statement of gratitude for including us in your team of peer reviewers.
Yes, yes. Okay, you're welcome, Paul.
Yeah, Dr. Yauman from
Yes,
Sulu
Paul.
State College. It's an opportunity for us as beginners, so to be motivated for future actions in this field.
Yes,
So thank you
yes.
very much for considering us.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome, Paul.
Thank you.
Hello, Duke McWinner.
Yes,
I have a
sorry.
question. If I found out in the sampling that the author only use 100 participants, and I suggest 1,000, am I correct to say that you change your number to 1,000 because the experiments have already been conducted?
Okay.
Is it justified?
Yeah, usually when it has to do with sample size, okay, after the study has been conducted, you cannot tell the reviewer to change sample size. Okay, you cannot tell the author to change the sample size. Why? Because he cannot go back and redo the study again. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So usually you have to provide at least two options. Okay, and number one, your suggestion will be either to consider increasing the sample size, which is just an option, or you can recommend that he does something else, okay, to the paper in order to justify why he used 100 respondents. Okay, so he needs to explain, okay, the criteria by which he selected the 100, and back it up with reference. For example, maybe he used Slovene's formula, or he used the formula from research advisors. Okay, or how did he get a 100? So justification is everything. So if he's able to justify why he used the 100 participants, then that's okay. That should be it. Okay. So you as a reviewer, you should always tell him, justify why you use 100 participants and not 1,000
Oh,
like
sir.
that. And then if he's able to justify, then that's okay. But to go back to use 1,000, that's a long process, which is practically
Yes.
not possible.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
I just want to share.
Okay, Paul.
I'm from North Luzon Philippine State College.
Okay, Paul.
So I have been also a reviewer of other journals.
Okay.
Compared to your style in peer reviewer, it's your guide is different from other journals.
Okay.
And your discussion now, it's more clearer because you discuss how a peer reviewer act with some journals. So it is more comprehensive, and I guess I acquired more knowledge and skills on how proper peer reviewer will do his assignment. Because it is very, very difficult to review researches.
Yeah.
That sometimes you encounter different terminologies and
Yes.
some approaches and the way a researcher do the discussions, connecting the result to a previous researches.
Yes.
So I would say thank you very much, Dr. Yoman, for this training. So I appreciate very much the knowledge I acquired from this training. Thank you very much, sir.
Salamat. Salamat po. Thank you. Thank you.
Hindi na kita makasunod.
Yes.
Doc Mac, good morning.
Good morning, Sir Francis.
Okay, Doc Mac, I'm just curious, no, about being a member of a reviewers group. Is it necessary that one must have one published work internationally or locally or what?
Yeah, usually. Usually, to okay, muted. Okay, Sir Francis, back
Yes,
to you.
sir. Okay, ayan.
Usually, before a journal will accept you, I mean, good journal, will accept you as a reviewer, they will require you to have a publication experience.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, at least 2 publication experience like that in a reputable journal. Okay, before you will be accepted. Okay, to review for a good journal. Okay, however, you can always begin. Okay, because you might not be able to join a very high-ranking journal just from day one. So you begin with a low-ranking journal and then you go up. Okay, but being part of an academy is a training place. Okay, it's a training place. So for example, if we give you a certificate as being a member of our academy, it means that you are part of the training group. Okay, so with the training we are giving you and the review exercises we'll give you from time to time, okay, it will boost your competence in review. Okay, and one thing about reviewing from my personal experience is that because I have read many papers, I know exactly how it is to get a paper published. Okay, so usually when I receive a paper and it can be published or not, I know it right away that this can be published, this cannot be published. Okay, so if you want to join a good journal, then I will encourage you to concentrate on getting some papers published and then together with the certificate you are receiving from the training, the likelihood of joining a journal as a reviewer can be very high. Okay, but you will still need some publication experience to be able to join a journal as a reviewer.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc Mac. That really clarifies the matter. Yeah, because everybody wants to be a part of a reviewers group. That is why I just want to be very sure about this, because I think that's really one of the biggest requirement that it needs to, for all of us to be encouraged to really show the proof of our work to be worthy to join in a group. Okay. Another thing that comes into my mind, if however I reviewed a paper but my paper was not published, or the paper that I reviewed was not published, will I receive a recognition that I reviewed that particular paper?
Yes, you receive recognition. Okay, if you review, the decision is not based on you, it's based on the editor.
Yeah.
Because usually the paper you review is given to about 2 other people to review. Okay, so the editor's decision will not be based on only your paper, but the review report of the other 2 reviewers. Okay, so maybe you said publish, but the other 2 said reject. Okay, so in that case, on average, the paper will be rejected. Okay, but that does not mean that you are not a reviewer or a good reviewer. Or it doesn't mean that if you request for a reviewer certificate from the journal, they will not give you. No, they will give, because you did your part as a reviewer. But the decision is always based on the editor. Okay, so that is okay.
Thank you, Doc Mac. Thank you.
You're welcome, Paul.
You really gives us a very concrete way how to be a better thesis advisor, a better dissertation advisor, or a panelist in that matter. It really gives us a very clear idea how to help people who are trying to be experts in the field of adding more knowledge to the existing body of knowledge of the work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Any other comments? There is a question here from Sir Ray. Did I hear it right? There is an email sent this morning on the guide for the rating scale, or we will just be the one to formulate. The scale is 1 to 10. The scale is 1 to 10 or 0 to 100. Okay, so Ray, so whichever you want to use, 0 to 100 or 1 to 10. Okay, so all the items in the table, you have to rate them 1 to 10. Okay, then at the end of the table, you find the average of all your ratings. So that becomes the basis of your decision, whether to accept, reject, or not. Okay, so that is how it should be.
Dr. Yeoman.
Yes, Paul.
I cannot be accepted formally as a member or as a reviewer of any journal publication yet. They haven't published any paper yet. So you mentioned 2 publications.
Yeah, I said that you will need at least about 2 publications. Okay?
Yes, at least.
Yeah,
so I have yet to publish.
Okay, very good. However, it also depends on the journal. With high-ranking journal, publication experience is required. But if it's not a high-ranking journal, with the training certificate you have, you could be allowed to review. Yes, you could be allowed to review. Okay, because you have a reviewer certificate and then you are part of the reviewer academy. But I will always encourage you to get some paper published because experience is very important.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome, Paul. Okay, Ma'am Elena, you have a question. I don't know, question or statement. We are so grateful, okay, for advocating the training for peer reviewers. I truly believe that learning to be one in peer review is continuous process. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so hope there will be a follow-up activity. Yes, there will be follow-up activity. So I will give you membership of the Reviewer Academy, which means that maybe once in every month or once in every 3 months, okay, we'll engage you in some kind of reviewing academy, okay? And then after you are done with the activity, we'll give you some certificate to show continuous learning, okay? So that you can also use it for your school ranking as well, okay? Because that will be very helpful. So we will continue to do that to help you. Okay. Any more clarification or question, please?
Sir,
Okay,
sir, yes, sir. Yeah. Would it really be yeah, would it really be possible to say the ideal number of pages for a peer review? Will be how many pages would it be really?
It should be maximum of 3 pages. Maximum of 3 pages.
Okay.
Okay, so if your comments are allowed, please make it, summarize it, should not exceed 3 pages.
Excluding yet the rating, no?
Yeah, the rating table is 1.
Yeah.
And then the comments can be 2 pages.
Okay. So that's good.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Doctor?
Yes, Paul.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Rosemary. Can you hear me?
My comments reached 5 pages. Sorry.
Okay.
Should I limit it to 3?
Okay, so limit it to 3 pages only. Okay, so you limit it to
thank
3
you.
pages. For those of you who use the scale, okay, if it's you use the scale for your rating 1 to 10 and it's more than 5 pages, no problem to resubmit, but understand that in future reviews, don't exceed 3 pages. But if you did not use the scaling 1 to 10, then just do everything again and then make sure you stick to the 3 pages.
Dr. Yoman, I have a question that
Yes,
I've been itching to ask, although this may be quite in detail as with our discussion this morning. I noticed that in some researches, in terms of the statement of problem, there are differences by the way different disciplines treat it. For example, many psychological researches, those done in psychology, they are more, when they state the statement of the problem, they are more after correlation. It's leading to analysis through correlation.
Yes.
While in other disciplines, that's not the case.
Okay.
It's not the way it should always be followed. Although it seems that it's being insisted that that kind of statement of the problem should be the norm.
Okay.
I have some problems sometimes because the statement of the problem should lead, that's my understanding, should lead to the analysis. Meaning, if you're not doing correlation, you should not consider stating in the problem your demographic characteristics. Because if it does not have a bearing, for example, you're not doing correlation with sex and other things. Therefore, it's not part of your statement of the problem.
Yes.
In some, the differences at SCR, others state statement of the problem are more of research questions
Okay.
instead of those kinds wherein there are correlation to all other factors.
Hmm.
Would you enlighten us on this?
Okay. So Ray, usually how statement of problems are rating, they are number one, dependent on the institution, and then number two, on the field, like you were talking about. Because there are some institutions, they will always insist that you add demographic profile, okay, to your statement of the problem. There are some institutions don't really highlight that. Okay, so that is one thing. And then when it comes to different field, usually emphasis is based on different areas. For example, like you mentioned about correlation and you mentioned about analysis. Okay, usually in most social sciences and humanities, more emphasis is based on correlations. Okay, and what the correlation leads to. Okay, and another thing is that in the physical sciences, in the biology, and all those sciences, it's more of analysis. There are some relationships and correlation, but not really so much emphasized. And there are times the analysis brings about the correlation. Okay, the analysis brings about the correlation. So what I will say is that whether to use correlation or to use analysis, you should always check with your discipline, okay, and then the institutional rule, yeah, because it's not general across this discipline, and it's not general across institutions. There are specific requirements for different disciplines and specific requirements for different institutions. And then another point is that some disciplines don't use statement of the problem, they use objectives. Okay, objectives, they don't call it a statement of the problem. Especially usually if you want to publish a paper, the expression statement of the problem is usually not used, not commonly used in publication. Usually it's the objectives or the goals or something like that. Okay, and usually if a paper, maybe or a research focus is not on the respondent, it's not advisable to include demographic profile, okay, in your results. If the focus is not really on respondent characteristics, it's not required, because it just make your work voluminous, okay, so you can just remove it most of the time. So usually when I am writing a paper, I don't usually include demographic profile in my research questions. Okay, so that is one thing you should know. So it's most of the time objectives or the purpose of the study, okay, which will be stated like that, not more of research questions as we use in dissertation writing. Okay, so usually in dissertation writing or thesis writing, most of the time it's statement of the problem like that, okay, or we call it research questions. But when it comes to publishing a paper, it's a little different. And let me also mention that in some discipline, statement of the problem and then the research question, there are times they are separated. Okay, so the statement of the problem becomes like just like a paragraph, which is like the gap you are trying to fill in. Okay, and then after that we have a list of questions we call research questions. Okay, and then there are times too you have the statement of the problem, or which is like the research gap you are indicating. And then after that, what follows is the objectives of the study. Okay, so I will encourage you to, especially if you want to publish, you check it. Okay, from my experience, okay, there were times I submitted a paper and then I had research questions. Okay, after the paper was reviewed, okay, they sent me an email. They said, instead of research questions, use objectives. Okay, so I have to transform the whole research questions into objectives, okay, to meet the standard of the journal. Okay, so it's not general, and then it's discipline specific too. So it's better you cross-check it, okay? So usually when you are a reviewer, don't impose your style, okay, on the author, asking the author to do it like this or like that, but just follow the rule of the journal, because the journal has a template, okay, and then in the template you see it. If it's objectives or statement of the problem, you will see, okay, in that. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, Ray. Did I help you?
It does. Because I hope that that would be heard by those disciplines who are insisting their structure of statement of the problem as the norm. That is the problem. I understand from what you're saying, there's a broad variety by which,
Yes.
depending on the requirements of the journal.
Yes.
So by institution, that's not a problem if that's a convention, and the paper is only written within the institution. It's only reviewed within the institution. But we're talking of a broader scope of international publishing. Therefore, they should not be imposing those kinds of conventions by which they believe, somehow they believe, some reviewers believe, or even panel members, just stick to that kind of convention, uh, with what you said now, it's clearer that we should consider all other requirements or other way by which these things are put, depending on the journal it's going to be published. Thank you so much, Dr. Joman. It's very helpful that you say that.
Okay, Paul. Okay, Ma'am Maribel. Okay, there's a comment here. You said, if you will review research of our peers in our school, would we be given certificate of recognition for our work? If so, who is responsible? Ma'am Maribel, if you review in your school that is outside of our organization, so with that, we will not give you certificate for the work you do in your school. However, if we send you paper to review, then we will give you certificate, which we are going to do. Okay, so just to clarify that. Okay, and then Ma'am Eulelia, please emphasize the content of plagiarism checker. Okay. Okay, so last week I talked a little on plagiarism like that. Okay, so I said that Grammarly is not good for plagiarism checking. Okay, if you use if you use Grammarly to check your paper, okay, after you submit, the journal will still find plagiarism problem with the paper. So don't use Grammarly for plagiarism checking. However, Grammarly is good for grammar checking, only not for plagiarism. Okay, so for plagiarism, use Turnitin, which is good. Some of you have bought the software already. If you don't have it, you should have it. Okay, we always guarantee the software. So if you have any problem with login, you just message us and then we respond almost immediately. Okay, so, and then from time to time, we have to change the software. We have to change the password, yeah, because the software provider require us to do that. And sometimes some people want to change their password, which they are not required to do. So if we see that, because the provider will send us a message, and then if we see that, we have to change the password immediately. So if you cannot log in, that is some of the issues. So just message us, and then we will send you the new password, just like that. It's simple. So for the 5 software, we have Grammarly, Turnitin, Killboard, Script-D, and then Skillshare. So these are the 5 software. It doesn't include Zoom. Maybe later we'll provide Zoom. Those of you who want to have Zoom. Okay, and then Ray said that goes to show that no discipline can be prescriptive in the structure of research, seeing the variations in the field depending on the publisher. Excellent, Ray, that is true. Okay, do you have any questions or clarification? Anybody?
Clarification, Dr. McWinner.
Yes, Paul.
This is Dr. Lali.
Okay,
Last
Paul.
time you made mention about the articles that we have to submit in your research human publication. So we will pay 8,000. 8,000.
Yes, I said that if you want us to improve the paper for you before submission, the fee is 8,000. However, if you can use Grammarly to check, use Killboard to paraphrase, use Turnitin to fix plagiarism, then we can recommend a journal for you. No payment with that one. But if we have to improve your paper, it takes a lot of time. So the fee is 8,000.
That is for 8 articles?
That's for 1 article.
Only 1 article, 8,000?
Yes, only, yes, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Paul.
So for your question.
Yes, sir. Sir Joe.
Yes, sir. Based on your experience on the setup of a campus journal or in a university, what is the percentage between the entries of the research papers coming from the outsiders and coming from the insiders?
Okay, it depends on the goal of the journal or the university. Okay, so if you want to build an international journal or a national journal or a local journal, okay, you have different focuses. Okay, so usually if it's an international journal, then you need to get around 60% of your papers coming from outside your country. Okay, that is the rule. And then your editorial board, about 50% should also come from outside your country. Then it can be considered as an international journal. But if it's just a national journal, then it's okay to get papers from your school and other schools to join. But so to say, starting a journal is not straightforward like that. Okay, you can't get people to submit their paper, okay, from outside in your first issue. It's not common, except, okay, your editorial team have friends in other schools and universities who are willing to submit their paper to your journal. Okay, so my advice usually is that in your first issue, just concentrate on using papers from your school. Okay, in the first issue, and then in the subsequent issues, you have time to advertise your paper. For example, in Kamengwen State College, we set up their journal, and then we advertise their journal on our page. So people keep asking, can I send my paper to your journal like that? Okay, so in that case, because we are advertising the journal, people will get to know about the journal. And then it will be easy to get people from all across the country bringing their paper to submit in your journal. Okay, so for your first issue, if the papers are just from your school, it's okay. Or if you get paper from outside, that is also okay. But there are no specifics with the percentage because you are just starting. Okay, so after the first issue comes out, then you begin working on how to get paper from other universities and other institutions as well, or even outside the country if you want to. Okay, but in your first issue, it's the moment you are gaining experience, you are learning, you are discovering. So there's no problem with it if all the papers are from your institution. There's no problem with that at all. Okay, so Joe, did I help you?
Very clear, Dr. Yoman. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Any more clarification, please? Or question? Okay.
Hello,
so
doctor. Another
yes,
question.
Yes, Paul.
In one article that we reviewed, the author used the statement of the problem. In another article, the author used the objectives of the study. So what is the standard that we are going to observe in the Yeoman and the publication?
Okay, so like we mentioned, there is no specific standard as to whether to use objectives or to use statement of the problem. Okay, whichever is okay. But always for us, because it's not a journal, okay, so we flow with every discipline. Okay, but journals have got standard because of uniformity. Okay, because they want all the papers to have the same style. That is why they stick to one particular style. But for us, it's not a journal, so every style across discipline is accepted.
Okay, thank you. Another question, doctor, regarding logging in to Turnitin. I have already availed of your promo. I have received the login details.
Yes.
I have already logged in, but I am stuck. So
you don't know how to use it.
I'm already in the welcome page, but I don't know how to proceed.
Okay. I think I emailed you, but maybe I'm not sure. You emailed us, right?
Yes,
okay.
yes, I did.
Okay, so after the training, just send a reminder because we have a demo video. I will just email the video to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that you can watch the video and then navigate. Okay, Ma'am Greta, there's you have something here. It said in our future review, as part of the reviewer's pool, will we be provided with a journal format for us to have clear guidelines on the standard when we review a paper, because we are not provided one in our review exercise. Okay, so Ma'am Greta, in future reviews, maybe we'll provide more clearer guideline, because the email I sent, I indicated the scale, but I didn't tell you 1 to 10, like that. So some of you did not know what to use, whether 1 to 10. Actually, some people wrote just yes and no like that. Yeah, but I meant 1 to 10. So will provide maybe a clearer guideline, okay, including the content we have covered this morning, so that you'll be clear on what to do or what is expected of you. Okay, so thank you for the reminder, Margarita. Okay, any more before we go for our lunch break? Okay, so if there are no more questions, we are going to, according to my time now, it's 12:02. So we are going to take our lunch break, and then we are going to come back at 1 o'clock. So by 1:05, the afternoon session is going to begin. All right, so enjoy your lunch and see you again at 1 p.m. All right, God bless everybody. So this is going to be our first presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so this afternoon we'll have two presentations. I hope we'll be able to cover everything. Okay, so the question is, what next after being a peer reviewer? What next? What are the other possibilities? And what are the other opportunities that one could get after being a peer reviewer? Okay, so let's begin. So we are going to begin with how writers become editors. Okay, so you are an author, and then you become a peer reviewer, then you become an editor. Okay, then you can become an editor-in-chief, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is where we are beginning. So how can I become an editor? Okay, after I've become a peer reviewer, how can I become an editor? Number one, you have to boost your expertise. Boost your expertise. One mistake that most of us make is that we don't develop ourselves. Okay, we don't really build ourselves. For you, you are doing well because you are taking this training. But for other people, in a year, they don't take really any training at all. Okay, so if that happens, it means that you are not gaining any skill. Okay, and I can tell you, knowledge has got expiring date, or it's got a lifespan. Okay, that is why if you want to publish a paper, for most journals, they want your references should not be more than 10 years. Okay, and then even in CHED and the Ed now, a certificate you took like 20 years ago, they will not recognize it anymore. You get a point? So they have a limited number of years by which they will recognize the certificate you have taken or the certificate you have. Okay, so what that means is that every now and then we need to keep upgrading, okay, building ourselves. So you must be proficient in your subject matter, and then you need to work to address any gaps in your knowledge, okay, according to Beverly Van Diver. Okay, so for instance, if you are uncomfortable with statistics or maybe research methodology, what you have to do is to dig deeper, okay, to truly understand areas that you are not really competent in. Okay, so there are some people, there are one area or the other that they don't really like. But as a matter of fact, if you really want to become a good peer reviewer, or you want to be an editor, okay, you really need to sharpen your saw very well. Okay, so you assess yourself, you know that, look, you are weak in this area or you are weak in that area, and then you take some trainings in that area. Okay, one thing I personally noticed here in the Philippines is that when it comes to doing research, I mean, almost every institution is good when it comes to doing research. Okay, they have a lot of research in the libraries, in the departments, but when it comes to getting the research published, that is the problem of most institutions. Okay, and then I remember one time one of my professors in USEP, because I'm taking the second PhD now, so I lecture and then I study at the same time in the same university. I'm a teacher and a student at the same time. Okay, so she asked me what I do. So I told her we do research publication training. And then seems like she has no idea about what that is, because she graduated the PhD many years ago. And those days there was nothing like research publication and all those things. So she has no idea at all. And that is how the picture looks like in most colleges and universities. So my encouragement is that the areas where you see yourself you are weak, you take some more courses in those areas, okay, to help yourself get better, okay, in those areas, so that you will be a more competent person, okay. So you should approach hard and develop that skill, okay, that skill set that you want so badly, according to Van de Ver. Okay, so that's something you have to do. And then if you really want to get to an editorial level, okay, you want to embrace knowing your subject matter, and then you want to be thorough, because it also increases your confidence. Okay, since all of you are teachers, I'm sure you can relate with this, that if you go to class and then you realize that, look, the subject you are teaching, you are not really competent in it, okay? If that is the case, you get to know that your confidence level in class goes down completely, okay? On the other hand, there are some subjects that you are really an expert. There's some topics you are really an expert in them. So when it comes to those subjects, you really go to class with all the confidence, okay, all the confidence, and you are able to teach, answer every question, and then do it, okay. So the issue here is that knowledge level is equivalent to confidence, okay. The level of knowledge you have about something will really determine your level of confidence. Because if you get to know that, look, your level of knowledge about this or that is very low, then you will not be confident, okay, to talk about that particular thing. Okay, the same is applicable if you want to excel as a reviewer and later to be an editor. Okay, areas where you know that you are weak, you need to hone your skill in those places in order to be able to get what you get the promotions you are looking for. Okay, number two, learn by reviewing others. I remember Dr. Mariville mentioned this, Kanina. She said that they will review the papers of their peers in school, and that is excellent. Okay, as you review the papers of your peers, you get better. You get better. Okay, your skill gets better and better. Okay, yeah, so that is how it is. So to elevate your credentials, okay, and research prowess, okay, you can volunteer as a reviewer, okay, for some journals, okay, or for your colleagues in school, and then give very specific feedback, okay, on the papers that you review. You give specific feedback. And like we mentioned, in a respectful way. Okay, so you need to keep practicing until you become better. And let's also understand that Rome was not built in a day. Okay, so you don't become an expert overnight. It takes years and hard work to become an expert. So you might not be an expert today, but if you continue doing this, I tell you, you will be expert. For example, like some of us, we have been doing this for years. I started doing this in 2013. It's like 8 years now. I've been doing this, improving people's papers for free, for fee, and then I've been doing editing. I started actually as an associate editor when I was in Thailand, associate editor for 3 journals in Thailand, and then I joined some journals which were not in Scopus, okay, and then I reviewed for them, and later I had opportunity to join some Scopus journals like that, and then had opportunity to serve as editor like that. Okay, so it doesn't happen overnight, but it takes consistency. Okay, consistency. You need to keep going. You don't need to stop. Okay, because when you do that, you are going to grow continuously. You are going to grow continuously. And then it's never too late to start. Okay, that's the truth. It's never late. If you don't start, then nothing will happen. But when you start and you continue, okay, you become an expert one day. When you start and you don't continue, nothing will happen too. Okay, so as a reviewer, you are on the side of the journal. Okay, number one. And number two, we said you are also on the side of the author. So as a reviewer, you learn from the comments submitted, okay, submitted by the other reviewers. If ever you have access to them, you learn from them, okay, and gain the opportunity to interact with a journal's editor. Okay, so as you interact with them, as you get feedback from them, as you read other reviewers' comments, you learn. You learn a lot, and you are able to build your competency. Okay, and number three, get out of your office. Get out of your office. Okay, so when deciding which conference to attend, okay, be sure and add some smaller ones, okay, to the mix that align with your research focus. Okay, so that way you will get to know leaders in your field. It is important to attend conferences. But the truth is that if you are always at very, very big conferences, you cannot really interact well, especially with organizers of the conference. Okay, if the conference is very big, it means that there are many people there and everyone wants to talk to these guys. So you cannot really interact, you cannot connect. So let your focus be on average size conferences and small conferences, whereby you can interact, you can connect with the leaders of the conference, the editors, and then build a good relationship as a beginner. Okay, and then don't hang back when you go for conferences. Don't just sit at the back and do nothing. You have to speak up. Okay, speak up. You have a question, ask, talk, let them know you are around. Okay, so usually talkatives at conferences get to be known more than those who are quiet. Okay, and if you contribute by talking, usually if there's an opportunity, the editors will remember you. Oh, do you remember this guy who talked a lot? Okay, and they are going to call you up. Okay, if in case they need somebody to fill an editorial position or anything like that. Okay, so volunteer for some of the myriad jobs, okay, that go into organizing such an event. Okay, whether it's going to be a symposium committee or a judging committee. Okay, so this is also another suggestion. that if you know that this conference will go on or that conference will go on, you can volunteer, okay, to be part of the organizing committee, okay, to fix things, to make arrangements for this and that. So in the process, you learn as well. Okay, you learn, you connect yourself. So let people know who you are, okay, and see your talks at conferences, okay, and then let them see you asking questions as well, because recognition is important to rank it. Okay, so they will get to know you, okay, and then you will be recognized as time goes on, and that is very, very important. Okay, so take note of this. And then becoming an editor or an associate editor requires interpersonal skills along with expertise, according to Van de Ver. Okay, so it's not only about knowing how to review or how to critique a paper, but you are also going to need some interpersonal skills. Okay, because of the training that we do, we interact with many people. Like every month, on an average, our trainings is like 30 to around 80 people per training every month. Okay, so we interact with many people, and then I have seen people, especially participants, I mean, who are really good with interpersonal skills. And as I'm talking with you, some of them, their names are still on my mind, okay, because of how they conduct themselves, okay, because of their interpersonal skills. And then there were other participants who came to criticize, okay, they complained about everything. And those people, I never invited them anymore. As a matter of fact, when I post training on Facebook and they comment, I don't even answer. And then I don't give them access to the page anymore, because they have very poor interpersonal skills. They don't know how to be respectful. They don't know how to talk well. Just talk anyhow, get angry because this thing was delayed, that thing was delayed. You're angry. Okay, so if you don't have interpersonal skills, then rising up, even in your workplace, will become difficult. Okay, if promotion comes, if there's opportunity, nobody will call you. Why? Because you don't have good interpersonal skills. Okay, so apart from being competent, okay, you need to be well known and liked by your peers. So that is why interpersonal skills are very, very important. Okay, competence is not enough. Okay, somebody also says skill is not enough. Okay, you need relationship, good relationships. Okay, so at a conference, you conduct yourself well. At the training, you conduct yourself well. You talk nicely. You are not getting angry. You are not fighting back and all those kind of things. Okay, so in that case, if ever there is an opportunity, okay, the editors are going to call up for you to occupy the position. Okay, the next thing here is cultivate mentors. Okay, cultivate mentors. And what that means is that somebody once said, there is no shortcut to success except one. There is only one shortcut so far as success is concerned. And the shortcut is called mentors. Okay, so okay, if you want to rise faster in any discipline, now the shortest route is to look for somebody who is already competent or who has really achieved a lot in that area and get them to mentor you. In that case, you can skip many steps and get to your destination quickly. So you rise to the level of an editor. To rise, okay, you are going to need mentors. And then ideally, mentors emerge organically through interaction, okay, within your department or by teaming up with other senior researchers in your school or in your institution. Maybe, for example, in your place, you know, one or two people or three or more who are really good when it comes to research publication. Okay, you can collaborate with them. You can collaborate with them. You can ask them to mentor you. Okay, you can ask them to introduce you. Okay, and then another strategy you could strategy could be to attend mentorship gatherings. Okay, at specific conferences. There are times when you go for a conference, after the main event is done, there is another meeting for the mentors or for the editors or something like that. You can sneak into those meetings and get yourself connected. Okay, so that you get to know people who are higher than you, and they will get to know you as well. Okay, number 5, try your hand at editing. Okay, so this is the next thing you can do. You should strive to join editorial board, okay, in your area of focus. Okay, so while there might be a handful of editor spots, an editorial board can include a dozen or more people. Okay, so those of you whose institution want to start a journal, or maybe you have a journal already, you can go to the research director. You tell him, look, I have taken the peer reviewer certification. Actually, I have been admitted as a member of the Research Reviewer Academy, and I'm growing. So I will be very grateful if you can give me an opportunity to review, to be one of the reviewers or to be one of the editors. Okay, and your boss or your director will never turn you down. Okay, he will not. As a matter of fact, when he see you are serious, he will write faster. That is the truth, because they need volunteers. They need people who are committed, okay, to do the work. Okay, so you can propose to be a guest editor as well, okay, for a specific section or a specific issue. Okay, so when we say a section of the journal, there are some journals. It has different disciplines and sub-disciplines. Okay, there are journals that are multidisciplinary. So usually the editors or the reviewers come from different backgrounds. Okay, so you can join any of those sections. Okay, and then being a guest editor also means that you are going to, like somebody who is they call it in the university, like a guest lecturer in the university, or they have another word they use for it. I forgot. But you are not part of the usual faculty. You go in because you have been invited to handle something. Okay, so you can go in, okay, on invitation, or because you have an expert in a particular topic, okay, which the journal will want to publish as a special issue. Okay, so you can join and you can learn. Okay, by doing, you learn. Okay, so while special sections are sometimes developed internally, sometimes it's the people inside the journal who propose it or are commissioned to do it in some way. I remember for one of the journals that I serve as editor, the editor-in-chief said, Doc, we want to have a special issue for another journal, okay? And then I want to invite you as a guest editor. So which means that you are not part of the normal editorial board, okay? But this time the journal want to publish something on maybe special education, or maybe in andragogy, or maybe in pedagogy, okay? But they are going to need external expert. So you go in as an external expert, okay, to handle some of the review work, because they don't have enough people to do that. Okay, so for example, Sam's an associate editor at the psychological assessment says that he proposed a special issue, okay, on the current state of psychological assessment practices, okay, for the journal. Okay, so he's external, he's not part of the journal, and then he proposes, okay, a special issue. So in that case, if the journal accepts it, then he become the head editor for that special section. So the section is not something which is done every month. Okay, it's just done once in a while. Okay, and that is how it works. And then number 6, you need to push through perception barriers. Okay, there are so many of us. How we think is not okay because you don't believe in yourself, you don't believe in your ability, you don't think you are good enough, and because of that, okay, you are not able to rise beyond some level of competence. Okay, because the truth is this: your level of confidence or even competence is going to be influenced, okay, by your perception. Okay, usually if you think you can do it, then you will not even learn about it. Okay, but if you think you can, then you can. Okay, if you think you can, you can. If you think you cannot, then you cannot, according to experts. So sometimes your voice, okay, and contribution may not be commended. However, that should not discourage you. Okay, you still need to keep making contribution. And here specifically, it refers to when you go for conferences. Okay, there are times you will make a suggestion or contribution, and they will not take it, or they will not regard it in any way. But understand that whether they regard it or not, you still need to keep making contribution. Okay, so you don't give up, you don't get disappointed simply because maybe you made contribution at a conference and then somebody turned you down or somebody shouted at you or you were disregarded or something. Those things should not bring you down. Okay, they should not bring you down. So you still need to keep going. Okay, so even there are times, even your accent, people may laugh at your accent. Okay, but what do? You still need to keep talking, irrespective of whether people people laugh at you or they don't laugh at you. I heard this story about this American guy, okay, who went for a conference, I think in Japan, okay, and then when he went for the conference in Japan, there was another guy that he met over there, and that guy's English was not good. He couldn't really speak well. His accent was horrible. So this American guy wanted to mimic this guy. Okay, he was talking like, he said something like, do you understand English? I mean, speaking some kind of way which is not normal. Did you like the food? I mean, all kind of those kind of talking, yeah, just to make the guy look awkward. Okay, so he didn't know that guy was actually the guest speaker for the conference. So he was there, and then they called this guy to go to the podium to talk. And this guy could speak English fluently. Okay, so after the conference, the speaker went to this American guy, and then he said, "Well, did you understand what I said?" Okay. Okay, just to repeat what this guy did before. And this guy became very ashamed of himself. Okay, so don't bother if people may mimic you, or maybe they try to make fun of you because of your accent or whatever it is. That's okay. Your goal is not to take offense. Your goal is to grow. Okay, so get it, irrespective of your race, your culture, your background. It doesn't matter. If you really want to rise, then don't let these things bother you at all. Okay, the next thing is just be yourself and say what you need to say. Okay, when you go for conference, and make sure that if you have something to say, okay, that your voice, make sure your voice is represented. Okay, if you have something to say, if you have a contribution, you have something to talk about, okay, don't sit down and say, look, I don't have American accent, so I cannot talk. No, that should not be the case. All the time, say what you need to say. All the time, give your contribution. Okay, don't let anyone look down on you, or even if they do, just ignore them. Okay. All right. Then another thing is critic. Okay, so your sensitivity to criticism can hold you back. Okay, there are people who take offenses so easily. Okay, and if you are that kind of person, it means you have a very poor interpersonal skills. Okay, and then if you have poor interpersonal skills, it means you cannot rise faster. Okay, in the field of review and editorialship. Okay, so you cannot rise. So to become an editor, you need to develop your degree, okay, of what she jokingly described as gator skin. Okay, I hope you know alligator. You know the skin of alligator. Okay, so to rise, okay, in the field of editing or editorial, you need to develop an alligator skin, meaning that you should be able to overcome every form of criticism. Okay, you should be able to overcome every attack of any sort, either verbally or whatever. Okay, you don't have to take offenses when people correct you, when people critique you, or even criticize you. Okay, so editors can get criticized, okay, from all sort of corners. Okay, both from colleagues, from authors, and even from other people. So sometimes when you reject somebody's paper as an editor, the person can write to you and insult you. And then you should be ready for this, because it's going to happen. Okay, so you need a gator skin. You need a gator skin. Okay, number 7, don't underestimate time commitment. Don't underestimate time commitment. So when you are approached, okay, about an editorial role, okay, find out more about the workload involved. Okay, maybe a journal wrote to you to join their editorial team. Okay, you have to ask yourself, do I have enough time to do this work? Because one of the challenges is not only about time commitment, but also about the pressure, okay? The pressure to move manuscripts along, okay, with tasks popping up and amid academic and other work opportunities. So if you are like me, okay, if a journal will message you and say, look, we want you to join our editorial team, you ask yourself, how much free time you have, okay? And then you don't get committed to something, and then you know you are not going to be able to give your best. So wait, so only get committed when you know very well that you have enough time, okay, to work things out. That is the only time when you need to get committed. Okay, and this is the truth. An article could come in at any time or at any moment. Okay, even when you are not expecting, Okay, you will need to do something about it. Okay, so papers come in, like for example, the work I do, it's like almost every single day we are receiving a paper or a book to work on or something. Okay, so seems like when a paper comes in, you cannot just leave it like that, or you cannot just do nothing about it. Okay, so you have to check and see your availability before you make any commitment. And then editors are committed to developing associate editors, along with recruiting as many reviewers as possible. So one day when you become an editor, you are going to need associate editors because they are tasks, if you don't have time to work on them, you just pass them on to your associate editor. Okay, and then despite the time and mental energy involved, reviewers are encouraged to pursue editorial opportunities. It takes time. For example, for me, if somebody send a paper for me to improve or maybe Scopus or Web of Science publication, I don't spend less than 10 hours on it. Okay, I don't spend less than 10 hours working on that. That is why if we charge for 8,000 per paper, it's even cheaper. Okay, it's even cheaper because the per hour rate is usually very high. For example, when we do training for universities, the per hour rate is 3,000. So if I'm improving one paper, I spend 10 hours and then the pay is the fee is 8,000. I mean, somehow it looks like maybe I wasted my time or something. But we do it that way to help our researchers. Okay, and we also do it not only for money. Okay, what the work we do, we don't do only for money, but we also do it for good name, for credibility and reputation. So that at the end of the day, we can have good testimony or good testimonial, something like that. Okay, so it usually involves a lot of time. It involves a lot of time. So before you accept editorial position, please make sure that you've got enough time, okay, at your disposal, or you know very well you can properly manage your time, okay, and then your family and then your work will not just get messy, okay, because you are very busy doing editorial work. Okay, so those are some of the things you need to watch out. And then how to become an editor in chief. Okay, now step one has to do with finding the right journal. Finding the right journal. Okay, so as you become more established as a researcher, okay, you will tend to find a favorite journal. Okay, it could be one or two or even more. And then this journal is likely to be fairly specialized and closely matched, okay, closely match your research standards. Okay, for example, for us, there are some particular journals now, okay, that like almost every paper we send to them, they publish it. Okay, because we know their standards and they are familiar with our writing. Okay, so we don't get papers rejected by them. Okay, so in journals like that, it's easy to rise in it to become an editor-in-chief. So in other words, the journal with the best scientific fit for your work is something you need to pursue. So you read a higher percentage of the papers published by that journal, and then you think that that journal, you think about that journal first when considering where to send your work. Okay, so as you begin publishing, you get to know that this particular journal, you like it more and more. Okay, so you can become more familiar and closer, okay, to that journal, and then send more papers to them. If they get to know you, your writing, okay, they will invite you to join the team as an editor, and then as an editor-in-chief, if ever there's opportunity. Okay, so such a relationship between a journal and its readers, okay, and authors develop over a long period of time. So usually it doesn't happen overnight. Okay, so it actually works like LCVS Journal Finder tool, which takes the title and then the abstract of the paper you want to submit your paper to, and then matches it to the potential journal. Okay, so for example, if you want to submit your paper to Scopus or maybe to Web of Science, and then you go to the website, okay, when you input your title and then your title and your abstract, and you search, okay, the system is going to bring some journals up which are very familiar, or maybe they are connected with your paper, where you can submit your paper to. So if you are writing in the same discipline, most of the time, every time you search in the website of the journal, of the database, that particular journals are going to come up. Okay, so when you submit and submit and submit, now the journal gets to know you. Okay, however, unlike the journal finder tool, there is also a sociological element in our relationship, okay, with a peer, with a refereed journal or a peer review journal. Okay, so it's okay to use the journal finder, but you should understand that having personal relationship with the editors of the journal is also very important. Okay, so everything will not be robotic, but it will be a relational. So journal usually declare their scope, okay, which informs you about the expertise of the editor, okay, and then the editorial board, and then the reviewers. So you can get to know this. And then step number 2, let's talk more about building relationships. Okay, so this connection between the journal, okay, and then the community is rather more personal, okay, than is implied by automated submission system and then the output of database searching. Okay, so the journal knows the reviewer. Okay, the journal editor is related to them. I mean, they have relationship. Why? Because they've been working together in the journal or on the journal for some period of time. The associate editors and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's more of relationship. So when you review and then you keep sending your paper to them, after a period of time, now you will get to know that, look, the journal knows you, they know your name. Why? Because you have been sending paper to them for some time, and then they know your style of writing. Okay, so the journal editorial committee usually build relationship via correspondence, okay, with others about the manuscript, okay, by scientific reputation at the conference. Okay, similarly, when it comes to the board members, the journal recognizes a high proportion of names, okay, and become familiar with their research. Okay, so what that means here is that usually relationship between journals is through emails. because they will email you, you email back, and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, when they are choosing editorial board members, okay, they look for people whose writings are familiar to them. Okay, editors or maybe authors who have been submitting their paper to them for some period of time, who have got a couple of publications with them. Okay, these are the people that they look for. Okay, so they don't just go to any university or institution and pick somebody up to be an editorial board member. No, that's not how it works. However, the journal finder too, however, unlike the journal finder too, it's more sociological element in our relationship, okay, with a peer-reviewed journal. Okay, then I went back. So the editor and the board members usually belong to the scientific community. Okay, they belong to the scientific community, and then they know each other, usually personally. So this gives them a sense of loyalty, and then the reason to want the journal to be prestigious and successful. So apart from them being on the editorial team, okay, usually they are also part usually they are also part of communities, okay, and they are part of other organization and society. Okay, so that's one thing you should realize. Okay, so what that means is that when you connect, okay, you should also try to join organizations and associations. Okay, actually, as part of the bonus for today, I'll be sending you a link, okay, so that you can be a member of one of the international organizations which we are member of. Okay, we'll send you the link so that you can fill up the form and then become a member as well, and then that can boost your ranking as well. Okay, so the editorial committee, they are also part of different kinds of organizations, so they know themselves personally. So being a member of the scientific community or research organization, okay, it's likely to give you an upper hand in your research for an editorial position. Okay, so you need to seek to become a member, okay, of an organization. That's very important, which will help you to be able to accomplish that. Okay, and then step number 3, become a certified reviewer. Okay, so this is what you are doing. So being a certified reviewer means that you have taken the training and you know what it is, okay, and what it means to become a peer reviewer. Okay, so although for an author and a reviewer, the modern editorial process is characterized by automated messages from online submission system, an editor typically takes the great deal, okay, of care when considering who would be a suitable reviewer. Okay, so usually the editor wants to know about their background of the reviewers, so they don't just pick anybody to be a reviewer. Okay, so they are also keen to protect and preserve a particularly valuable reviewer. So when they get a reviewer, they also do everything possible, okay, to keep the reviewer, especially if they know that this reviewer is really good or competent. Okay, so a valuable reviewer is someone, you should take very good note of this, okay, who responds promptly to invitations. Okay, when you are invited, you respond promptly. Number 2, declares conflict of interest. Number 3, follows instruction. And number 4, suggests other names if they cannot do the review. So these kind of people are really of great value to every journal. Okay, they respond quickly. If there's conflict of interest, they will just declare it. They will follow instruction. Okay, and then if ever they cannot do the work, they will suggest somebody, okay, to do it. Number 5, response before the deadline without reminders. So if ever you receive a paper for review, okay, you don't wait till the editor will send you a message to remind you before you meet the deadline. Okay, and then write detailed, well justified, and constructive comments. And then number 7, makes a clear recommendation consistent with a comment. And then number 8, never makes confidential comments to the editor that contradict comment made openly to the author. Okay, so if you have these kind of characteristics or traits, it means that your journal is really going to hold you in a very high esteem. Okay, and then establishes a reputation as a valuable reviewer, and establishing a reputation as a valuable reviewer earns you a special place in the journal community. Okay, so usually if you become a certified reviewer, okay, you are recognized. Even in your school, you will be recognized. Okay, your achievement will be recognized. So when new members of the editorial board are being considered, okay, the editor is very likely, okay, to first consider people who have served the journal well, okay, as both well-cited author and then as a valuable reviewer. Okay, so if ever there's a vacancy, the journal is going to consider you. Okay, number 4, joining the editorial board. So being invited to join an editorial board is usually a compliment, and it indicates that the editor is pleased to have your name associated with a journal, and the editor believes that you can contribute to the success of the journal. Okay, so whenever you receive an email, you have been invited, it's a great achievement. Okay, so different journals use editorial board, okay, to editorial board in different ways. Okay, some boards are asked to act as reviewing panel or be handling editors, selecting and inviting peer reviewers for manuscript, while other boards are used to using a more advisory capacity. Okay, so usually when you are called out to be an editor, okay, you can be asked to do one of these things. Number 1, you can be asked to do the work of a reviewer, or I know many journals, okay, where the editors also serve as reviewers, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, and sometimes you can be asked to be an advisor to the journal. After you have been called as an editor, you get advisory role, and I have seen this too. I have seen this whereby one is an advisor, and then at another time the guy is doing some review work, okay, like that. So for some journal, the board is rarely used for reviewing manuscript other than complex adjudicating complex cases. Okay, but it is asked to support and promote the journal, which includes contributing as well as soliciting manuscript and generally raising the profile of the journal so that leading authors encouraged to submit their work. And what that means is that for some journals, okay, the editors also serve as reviewers. But for some others, they don't serve as reviewers. They are only called upon when there is some cases, some issues that need to be resolved. Okay, so usually that is what goes on. Okay, and then the annual board meeting, which most journals arrange, an important opportunity for the board to influence and influence the direction of the journal. Okay, so a board meeting is often scheduled to coincide with major conference at which a good number of board members are likely to be present. So usually the journal has got board meetings, okay, and then as an editor you'll be expected to join the board meeting. And then at the board meeting, many things are going to be discussed. Everything about the journal is going to be discussed. And usually the conferences are scheduled or the meeting are scheduled when conferences are taking place so that people could participate in it. Okay, and then step 5, the invitation. Okay, so as being a valuable reviewer, you can earn an invitation, okay, to the editorial board. Okay, so the editorial board can invite you, okay, if you are a good reviewer. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the first presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so I'm going to open the door for questions. And then you have any question you can ask. Then after that, we are going to take the last presentation for this afternoon. Okay, any questions so far, everybody?
Hello, doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that link that you mentioned?
Come again, please.
What is that link to the organization?
Yeah, there is one organization that we are member of. Okay, so I will send you the link later, and then you can fill up the membership form so that those of you who are not members in any international organization, you can have an opportunity to be a member of an international organization. At least that could help you with your professional ranking.
Is the membership for free, doctor?
Yeah, it's for free.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any question or clarification, please? Okay, no more questions, no more clarification. Ma'am, Frisida, you want to ask question?
Again, Doc Yeoman.
Yes, po.
Regarding Reviewers Academy,
Yeah.
are there existing other of these things like yours right now? And also do they have some kind of rating or classification?
Can you ask your first question again? The first part of the question.
The first question is, uh, are there existing reviewers academy
Yes.
currently?
Yeah. Web of Science has a reviewer academy. Actually, they call it Web of Science Academy, which I am a supervisor. Okay, I started as a reviewer and then to a mentor, and then now I have the position of a supervisor with the Web of Science Academy. And then Scopus has also got a reviewer academy as well, okay, which is accessible to everybody. And then most of the journals, especially the renowned traditional journals, have got reviewer academy. They have got it, okay. But usually, you were asking rating or ranking. It has to do with who is offering who is offering the training, okay, and then it also has to do with the connection of the academy, okay. For example, last week I mentioned that why we qualify to do peer reviewer certification. So far, I've not seen that any institution is doing it here in the Philippines. There might be, but I've not seen yet. Okay, I do it because I am a supervisor of Web of Science Academy. Okay, so with that qualification gives me the boldness, okay, or the right to do it. Okay, so whatever academy, review academy you attend, it has to do with who is taking the train, who is doing the training, and then the qualifications of the trainer. Okay, so that is what I can say. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, it does. It does. I'm just interested. How are they? Classified. Is it by the journals that they are affiliated with, or what? How is that? How are they? Do they have some kind of classification, sort of? I don't know.
Yeah, as of now, I don't know of any kind of classification criteria. Okay, and then the most those that I'm very familiar with is the Web of Science Academy, and then the Scopus Academy. Okay, that's those I'm more familiar with because those are the trainings I have taken personally. Okay, I'm not sure if they have any kind of criteria or anything. I'm not aware of that yet.
Thank you, sir. That's all that I want to ask.
Okay, Paul. Okay, any more question or clarification, please? Okay, anybody want to ask something?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, follow-up question. Okay, sige.
City. City, you want to ask something? Okay, Sir Ray, you can follow up. I think she's not ready.
Just a follow-up question. If you are a reviewer, is there also some kind of levels of reviewer you are?
Yeah, usually there are levels, okay? For example, in Web of Science, there are levels. Okay, there are level 1, 2, 3. Okay, in Web of Science, and then as you review more and more papers, okay, the higher your ranking in Web of Science. Okay, so there are levels with the reviewer academies. There are levels. The more you review, okay, and usually for Web of Science, the papers you review, they are all in the system of Web of Science. So the system is able to provide a ranking. Okay, so that is how it is with Web of Science. And I'm sure it might be the same for all the other academies. Okay, but the most popular I'm aware of is the Web of Science review. There are levels. Okay, it depends on how many papers you are reviewing. And then usually there are mentors too. Okay, the mentors are going to recommend you for the next level. Okay, based on their recommendation, okay, you get to the next level. Okay,
Thank you so much for that information. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Any more questions, please? Mom City, are you ready? Okay, anybody who want to ask question or clarification about something? Okay, Mom, Eulelia, you want to say something?
Good afternoon, Doc McWinner, Yeoman. We just want to say thank you very much for the additional knowledge and in sharing your expertise in research. Thank you so much from the Jose Maria College, Dr. Ladi Montecasile. Thank you so much, Doc.
You're welcome. Okay, any more comments or questions or clarifications? Okay, so I think there are no more.
Doc?
Yes, Bob.
Doc, I'd like to clarify if reviewing a book or a research is part of the work of the research ethics committee, or it's not?
No, reviewing is not part of the ethic. It's not part of ethic committee. Okay, except that they are just checking to see the ethical component. That is it. However, if somebody is a reviewer, he can serve in the ethics committee, and vice versa. If somebody is also in the ethics committee, he could also serve as a reviewer. But it's not the duty of the ethics committee to do review of research papers. No, you should get reviewers for the research paper, not the ethics committee.
Okay, Doc. Thank you.
You're welcome, Paul.
Sir, question.
Yes, Paul. Ma'am Josephine.
Regarding on book
Ma'am, your sound is not clear. Can you get closer to your microphone? Okay, there are no more.
Dr. Yeoman, one last. I'd like to ask, I read somewhere that there is now already an sort of an accreditation. There's an accrediting body of
Accreditation.
ethics committee,
Okay.
ethics and review committee of institutions of
Yeah.
higher education institutions.
Yes, sir.
Is there such a thing now?
You said you read somewhere that there is again, please.
Yeah. Uh, I just forgot the name of the organization that it's
Okay.
now a sort of they're accrediting now uh, journals of higher education institutions.
Yes.
Is this
Yeah.
an ongoing thing now?
Yes, that's true. In the Philippines, there is an organization on research ethics now. Okay, and then if you want your journal to be accredited by CHED, especially if you want it to be CHED accredited journal, okay, you have to go through some of these ethics procedures, and then together with some other requirements you will need to meet before your journal becomes a CHED accredited journal. Okay, so it is true there is an accrediting body for research ethics in the Philippines now. Okay, so for those of you who want to start the journal, okay, that will be some of the process you will need to go through after the journal is set up. Okay, now we pick up all those requirements, we meet them, and then the journal becomes accredited journal. But before it gets to that level, the journal needs to be online first. Okay, it has to be online. Okay, and then so that it can be centralized where people can see the journal everywhere across the Philippines and outside the Philippines. Okay, so there is a body now, okay, for ethics. Okay, sir. Did I contribute to that?
Sir, you're very informative on all of these things. Thank you so much.
Okay, any more clarification, please? Okay, so we are going to go through our last presentation for this afternoon. It's a long presentation, but we'll try to finish it. Okay, we'll try to finish it. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so that we can continue with the next presentation. Okay, and then somebody is asking, is there a training, any training on book writing? Yes, the next training in September is going to be on book writing. Okay, so those of you who want to write and get a book published, okay, you may want to join that training. It's going to be 1-day training, so it's not going to be expensive like the peer reviewer certification. Okay, so usually 1-day training, the fee is like 1,500. Yeah, but maybe we can give you discount. Those of you who are part of the peer review certification, we can give you discount if you want to join the training. Okay, so the book writing training in September. Okay. All right. So we are here now in our last presentation. Okay. So this is steps to publishing in a scientific journal. steps to publishing in a scientific journal. I know that maybe everyone who is part of the training now, okay, will want to get a paper published, okay. But the issue is most people do not know how. What is the first thing? What is the second thing? Okay, what is the next thing, and so on and so forth. Okay, so in this presentation, you are going to learn everything step by step. Okay, how you can get your paper published step by step. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so now let's look at a short introduction. Okay, so understanding the paper publishing process, okay, might be crucial for many new authors. Okay, if you are a new author, this is going to be very important to you. It's going to be important to you. Okay, so this paper publishing process presentation might be helpful, okay, for many authors seeking to submit their research, okay, worked in scholarly journals, okay, adhering to publication ethics. All right, okay, so let's look at this quick overview here. Okay, so over here, you see we have original work. Okay, your work has to be original. Okay, then you prepare your work into a manuscript. Okay, which we call the IMRAD. Okay, and then you submit it to the journal. And then after submission, the paper goes into the peer review process. Okay, and then when it goes through the peer review process, okay, there's going to be a decision, okay, and the decision is going to be either accept or decline. And then if the paper is accepted, the paper is going to be published. Now let me go back here. So over here, you need to have original work, okay, with current interest, okay. And then in preparing the paper, you have to identify journal with aims and scope, which is close to your own work, okay. And then you format your manuscript according to the author guideline of the journal. So usually one mistake the authors make is that they prepare the paper before they look for the journal, but that should not be the case. It should be the other way around. Okay, so what you do, what you have to do is you look for the journal first, and then you prepare your paper based on the journal criteria. Okay, so that is what needs to be done. And then in submission, you need to submit a manuscript, okay, online by providing complete detail in online submission system. And then do not submit manuscript to more than one journal at the same time. Okay, so you don't need to do that. And then the editor will initiate the peer review process, okay, as well. And then formatted manuscript within the scope of the journal. So when that happens, okay, the next thing is you have to be patient and wait for the reply of the editor. So like I mentioned last week, usually the typical peer review process takes like 2 to 4 months. Okay, that's the average, 2 to 4 months. So if you are not patient, then you might not be able to get your paper published. Okay, so after you submit, you have to wait for 2 to 4 months. Okay, and then the decision will be made. So based on the reviewer's recommendation, editor will send you one of the following letters: revision required, okay, revise manuscript as per comment and resubmit, or you can be declined, which means look at your manuscript and decline reason, and then spend a lot of time to improve your overall manuscript and then resubmit it afresh. Or the paper can be accepted, then it's time to celebrate. Okay, so when that happens, you will receive gallery proof version. Okay, in case the paper is accepted and then it's ready to be published. Okay, you will receive a proof of version, a gallery proof of version for minor proofreading correction and other paper, and your paper will be published. So usually, after the paper is accepted, okay, the editor and the editorial team will do all the copy editing thing, and then before they will publish it, they will send a message to you in an email together with the finished paper, which is ready for publication, and they are going to ask you to approve, okay, approve the final work for submission, because sometimes they make some changes and they want you to approve the changes before it's published. So it's time to share your published work and cite in other related papers. Okay, so now let's look at the introduction. All right, so major steps involved in publishing a research paper, from manuscript preparation to publication, as follows. These are the steps. Number one, perform research work. Okay, this is one thing that some researchers don't really do. Don't do a shabby work, okay? Do a good research work, which you know very well that you can be proud of, and then you can get published. So you need to have an original research work of current interest. Okay, scholars should focus on high quality research to enable advancement in the field. Okay, so an extensive literature review will be helpful in finding the current challenges in your field. Okay, so you need to conduct a good study as the first thing. Okay, and then when that is done, the next thing will be to prepare the manuscript. So in preparing the manuscript, you have to identify a journal, okay, with aims and objectives, with aims and the scope, okay, which is related to your own work. So this is the time when the author requires, this is the time when the author requires to find all detail and policy of the journal, including the copyright, the authorship, submission policy, and then publication charges. Okay, so this is what you are going to do. Before preparing, you have to check all those things and make sure that you are preparing your paper for a particular journal. Okay, and then after finding a suitable journal, okay, now you format according to the author guideline of the targeted journal. Okay, and then while you are writing up your findings, you have to come up with what you believe are unique hypotheses. Okay, base your work on robust data, and then use an appropriate research methodology. And then you should also provide theoretical insight, especially for the social sciences and the humanities, and then share the theoretical and practical implication of your study. Okay, so This is what you need to do when you are really preparing your paper for publication. And then number 3, do not rush to submit your article. Do not rush to submit your article for publication. There are times we are so in hurry, okay, to get the paper submitted. Yeah, but the issue is that every time you rush on something, you make a lot of mistakes. Okay, so you have to be proactive in your approach, okay, and attitude. Be proactive in your approach, okay, and your attitude to reduce the chance of rejection and disappointment. So what do? You need to carefully reread, okay, your manuscript at different times and perhaps at different places. Okay, so you need to reread it. Make sure that every possible error is removed. Every possible error is eliminated, okay, before you submit your paper. Okay, and then rereading helps you to identify the most common problems and shortcomings, okay, in the manuscript, okay, which might otherwise be overlooked. Okay, and then share your manuscript with your colleagues, okay, and then other researchers in your field, okay, and then when that happens, they are going to give you feedback, and then with the feedback, you can work to improve your work to make it better. Okay, and then number 4, now you need to select, okay, an ideal journal. Select an ideal journal. Okay, so here you can ask your colleagues and your mentors, okay, about the most appropriate journal to submit your paper to. Okay, usually we do recommendation on this. If you don't know where to submit your paper to, okay, if you tell us what your paper is about, we can just recommend a journal for you. Okay, and finding the right journal for your article can dramatically improve the chances, okay, of acceptance, okay, and then ensure it reaches your target audience. Okay, so that's something you have to know. And then step number 4, select an ideal journal. Select an ideal journal. So you can use the Elsevier Journal Finder, or you can use Web of Science Journal Finder, or you can use SciMego. Okay, these are places, site that you can use to help you find the paper you are, to find a journal that is suitable for your own work. Okay, and then research ethics and policies of scholarly journals suggest that authors should submit, okay, the manuscript to only one journal at a time. I've mentioned this earlier. Okay, so when I'm done with this presentation, I'm going to show you how to look for a journal in Elsevier, and then in Web of Science, and then SciMego. I'll go to my laptop and I will show you this. Maybe that will be the last thing I will do for today. Okay, and then look at this image here. Okay, so we are talking about right journal for publication. So these are the things you need to check: the aim and the scope of the journal. Okay, check the aim and scope of the journal, and then check the impact factor of the journal. Okay, any journal with impact factor of around 1 is a very, very good journal. Okay, it's a very, very good journal. Okay, and then the indexing of the journal. Check where is the journal indexed. Okay, so the indexing is very important. And then check the peer, check it's a peer-reviewed journal. Okay, not a place which is not peer reviewed. For example, if you submit your paper to Google Scholar, it's not peer reviewed. To ResearchGate, it's not peer reviewed. To Academia, it's not peer reviewed. So you don't want to submit your papers there. Okay, and also check the publishing time. How long does it take to get a paper published? Okay, you have to consider that. Okay, and then let me talk a little about this before I continue. Okay, publishing time is like this. Okay, you have to check the number of issues, okay, per year. If the journal has 1 issue per year, it means the publishing time is like 9 months to 12 months. After you submit your paper, it will take 9 to 12 months before the paper will be published. Okay, if the journal publishes 2 times in a year, okay, if you submit your paper, it could take like maybe 6 to 8 months or 6 to 9 months to get published. Okay, and then if the journal publishes like 3 times a year, if you submit, it will take like 4 to 6 months to get published. Okay, but if the journal publishes 4 times a year, if you submit, it will take like 2 to 3 months to get published. Okay, so this is one thing you have to note. So usually if you are submitting your paper to a journal, look for journals with more issues per year, not just 1 and 2 issues per year. Because 1 to 2 issues, it will take like 9 to 12 months before your paper is published, if ever your paper is accepted. Okay, all right. And then you should also check the acceptance rate. The acceptance rate, what that means is that how many papers are published, okay, per year. You have to check it. And then you have to also check if the journal receives 100 papers in a year, how many of them do they publish? Okay, there are some journals, for most journals, especially traditional journals, the acceptance rate is 10 to 15% only. So if they receive like 100 papers, they are going to publish only 10 to 15 out of that. So if ever you submit your paper to a journal like that, the tendency of getting your paper accepted will be very, very low. Mean very, very low. Okay. However, if the acceptance rate is like 25 to 40%, actually, I know journals that accept up to 40%, that publish up to 40% of the papers they receive. Okay, so if they receive 100 papers and then they publish 40, okay, the chances of you getting your paper published there is higher. Okay, and let's assume that if they are publishing 40 per issue, that will mean that in a year they are going to publish around 160 papers. So if your paper is among those, it's there's high likelihood that your paper is going to be accepted for publication. Okay, so you have to check that. And another thing, you have to also check the reach of the journal. Okay, so is it a local journal or it's an international journal? Okay, who is going to read the paper, the journal? Because if you publish in a journal, okay, which you cannot find on Google search, it means you are not going to have any citation for your paper. Okay, so there are some journals, when you type their name on Google, you don't see them. You don't see those journals on Google search. Okay, so if that is the case, then you may not want to submit your paper to a journal like that, whereby your paper cannot be read by anybody and nobody is going to cite your paper at all. That is not a good thing. Okay, and then number 8, you have to check the journals for any publication similar to your article. Okay, so you also need to check, okay, that is that has the journal published any article which is almost the same like mine? Okay, if there's any paper published which is almost the same like yours, it means that your paper will not be published because in the past they have published another paper which is almost the same like yours. Okay, so you can check in the database of the journal, check in the archives and find out. And then number 9, check the journal's restrictions. Okay, check the journal restriction. And over here, we are talking about what the journal allows and what the journal does not allow. For example, the journal does not accept plagiarism, which is more than 15%. So in your paper, if plagiarism is more than 20%, then automatically your paper will be rejected. Okay, so this together with other factors, you have to check them out. If you go to the journal website, you can find this information there. And then number 10, be aware of predatory publishers. Okay, you should make sure that this journal is not a predatory journal. And last week, I shared a little about how to spot what a predatory journal is. I said a predatory journal, they will not take your paper through peer review process. When you submit the paper, after 1 week, they will tell you your paper is accepted. Those are predatory journals. And then check where they are indexed. The index database is not good. It means they are also predatory journals. So you have to check this together with some other factors. Okay. And then number 5, submit the manuscript. Submit the manuscript. Okay, so over here, you submit your manuscript. Okay? You submit your manuscript online through the targeted journals homepage. Okay, and then add complete detail. Okay, in the online submission. Okay, so that is what you do. Okay, so usually submission is done on the home page. So earlier I mentioned if you have to submit through email, that could be done. But most journal, the submission is online through the journal website. Okay, so that is what you do. And then number 6, read the aims and the scope. Okay, read the aims and the scope. Okay, and then also the author guideline, which is very important. So what that means is that every journal has got its restriction. Okay, for example, if it is educational psychology and your paper is in biology, you can submit a biology paper in an educational psychology journal. It will be rejected immediately. So doing so will improve the chances of you having your paper accepted. So make sure that you fit in the scope. That's very, very important. Make sure you fit in the scope. Okay. And then that said, another thing, read the aims. Okay, continuation. Then read the author guidelines and ensure your manuscript conforms to the guideline. Okay. And then some publishers report that one paper in 5 does not follow the style and format requirement of the target journal. And what that means is that every journal has got a template. So what you do is go to the journal website and download the template. Okay, and then prepare your paper based on the template. So you will not mess up, okay, in this area. Okay, so please, you have to take note of this. And then continuation, rejection can come at different times and in different formats. For instance, if your research objective is not in line with the scope and then the aims of the target journal, okay, then rejection can come. And then if your manuscript is not structured and format according to the target journal layout, okay, you can be rejected as well. And then apart from this, if your manuscript does not have a reasonable chance of being able to satisfy the target publishers expectation, then the manuscript can receive a desk rejection, okay, from the editor without being sent for peer review. What that means is that, okay, so if you are submitting your paper, ensure that these things are taken into consideration. Okay, you format your paper very well. There are some journals, let me say that, okay, that's from my personal experience. Okay, if you don't follow the style and the formatting of the journal, there are some journals, if your content is good, they will still consider you, they will tell you to use a template. Okay, but there are some other journals, they will not tell you. Okay, they will just reject your paper right away. Okay, so don't be a victim of this. And then number seven, the title and abstract. Okay, make a good first impression with your title and with your abstract. Okay, make a good first impression with your title and your abstract. Okay, so the title and abstract, they are very important. Okay, because these are the first part that readers are going to see, or even the editor and the reviewers. Okay, so be guided. The title should summarize the main theme of the article, and then it should reflect your contribution, okay, to the theory. Okay, so the title should capture the heart of the study. And it's advisable that your title should not be more than 15 words, not more than 15. Okay, so if your title is more than 15, then you have to cut it down, okay, to at most 15 words. And then the abstract should be crafted carefully and then encompass the aim and scope of the study. Okay, and then the key problem to be addressed, and the theory, the method used, the data set, the key findings, limitations, implication, and theory. Okay, should be captured. Last week I mentioned that every standard abstract should have 5 components. Every standard abstract should have 5 components. It should have an introduction, okay, and then it should have a purpose. It should have a method, okay. It should have results, and then it should have conclusion, okay. So this is a standard abstract. I mean, there are some abstract that begins with a purpose or with an aim. Those are not standard abstract. I mean, they are accepted, but they are not standard. Okay, so every standard abstract should capture every component of the study. Every component of the study. So take note. So a little introduction, 1 to 2 lines, and then your purpose, 1 line, then your methodology, 2 to 3 lines, and then your result can be about 3 lines, and then your conclusion, like that. Okay, so everything is well written and well done. Okay, and that will be it. Okay, and then have a professional editing firm, okay, to copy edit your manuscript. Okay, you might not have a firm, but you might have a co-teacher who is a grammarian, okay, or who is an expert in this area who can help you with the editing. Or you may want to use Grammarly software to check it. Okay, so you read through it, and then after that, you use Grammarly to read again. Okay, to make sure that everything that you don't spot out, okay, Grammarly will pick it up. Okay, so the key characteristic of scientific writing is clarity. Okay, so before submitting the manuscript for publication, it is advisable to have a professional editing firm to copy edit, or you can use a software like I mentioned. So an article submitted, okay, to a peer-reviewed journal will be scrutinized carefully by an editorial board, okay, before it is selected for peer review. That is one thing you have to note. And that is why it's very, very important to get your work well edited before you finally submit to the journal. Okay, so a properly written, edited, presented text will be error-free, okay, and then understandable, and will project a professional image, okay, that will help ensure your work is taken seriously in the world of publishing. So authors can facilitate the editing, okay, of their manuscript by taking precautions, okay, at their end, okay, and then applications like spelling and grammar checkup, okay, and in Microsoft Word or Grammarly are certainly worth applying to your article. Okay, so that is what I just mentioned a while ago, right? So number 9, now submit a cover letter with your manuscript. So usually the system requires you to present a cover letter. Okay, so never underestimate the importance of a cover letter, okay? Because it shows professionalism. That's one thing you should know. So a cover letter first outlines the main theme, okay, of the paper, and then second argues the novelty of the research paper, and then third justifies the relevance of the manuscript, okay, to the target journal, and then lastly, the cover letter should be limited to only half a page. Okay, so when you are submitting your paper, you need to craft a nice cover letter, taking all these things here into consideration. Okay, so make sure that your cover letter is well done. Okay, because the cover letter is like a highlight for your paper. Okay, so in that case, the editor reading the cover letter will know what your paper is about, and then it could boost his morale in trying to read into detail. Now, number 10, after the editorial screening, the peer reviewing process will target will get initiated for a well-performed, well-formatted manuscript within the scope of the journal. Okay, so peer review will not begin if your paper is outside the scope. Okay, so keep patience and wait, okay, for the reply from the journal editor. Okay, and because usually the review process takes 2 to 4 months. I mentioned it. So if after 3 months you don't hear from the journal, email them to follow up on your paper. Okay, and then the 3 decisions we discussed this area: revision needed, decline, or accept. Okay, so these are the 3 decisions. So the editors and the editor-in-chief usually, okay, now number 10 here is address reviewer comment very carefully. Okay, so the editor and the editor-in-chief usually indicate the acceptance of the manuscript, okay, as subject to revise and resubmit, Then based on the recommendation provided by the reviewers. Okay, so this revision may necessitate either major or minor changes in the manuscript. Okay, so that is something you should note. Okay, so when revising your manuscript, it's important to address the revisions diligently. Don't do shabby work, okay? And then do well to avoid oversight. Don't overlook anything, okay? So the resubmission of the manuscript, of the revised manuscript, must happen, okay, by the journal deadline provided. Okay, so sometimes when the journal will email you and they will tell you submit a revision in 2 weeks, make sure that you don't wait till the deadline before you submit, but you submit within the deadline. So the revision process might comprise multiple of rounds. Yeah, sometimes when you submit, they will ask you to fix this and fix that again and again until your paper has a complete form. Okay, so the revision process requires two major documents. Okay, so the first is the revised manuscript highlight. Okay, the first is the revised manuscript highlighting all the modifications made following the recommendation received from the reviewer. And the second is a letter listing authors' responses, okay, illustrating they have addressed all the concerns, okay, of the reviewers and editors. You might be familiar with this if you have written a thesis before, because usually when you defend a thesis, okay, all the comments will be written down by the graduate school secretary or whoever is in charge, and then they have the comment, they have your response to them. Okay, so you are supposed to fix all the comments, implement all the comments in your manuscript. So at the end of the day, you are going to submit your manuscript together with the form that they gave you. Okay, the form which has the responses. Okay, so the same principle is what we are talking about here. So you have your paper and then the response form. Okay, so you are going to submit the two, email the two together to the editor after you are done with a correction. Okay, and then the two documents should be drafted carefully, and then the author of the manuscript can agree or disagree. I mentioned this with the comment from the reviewer. Typically, agreement is encouraged. Okay, so if you don't want trouble, just agree with them. If you disagree, I mean, anything can happen to your paper. Okay, and then and I'm not always obliged, the author is not always obliged to implement their recommendation, but justification of their course of action. Okay, so if there's something you don't agree, just provide your justification why you don't agree with their comment. Okay, and then number 6 is publication. Okay, so a few days or weeks after acceptance of the manuscript, you will receive a galley-proof version, okay, of the manuscript, okay, for correction, for approval of the final version. And like I said, if ever you approve it, then the paper will be sent to the printing press. Then the last thing is the conclusion. So given the ever increasing number of manuscripts submitted for publication, the process of preparing a manuscript, okay, well, can even have the process of preparing a manuscript well enough to have it accepted by the journal can be difficult, okay, because there are many people submitting their paper for publication. Okay, so high impact journals, okay, accept less than 10%. Okay, that's what I mentioned. accept less than 10%, okay, of the papers submitted to them, although the acceptance ratio for special issues or special topic section is normally over 40%. But in the regular issues, they publish less than 10%. Okay, so the advice offered here is not to it's not exhaustive, but it's also not difficult to implement. Okay, the recommendations require proper attention, planning, careful implementation, and then following this advice could help scholars, okay, improve scholars improve the likelihood of getting their work published. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the second presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so let's open the door for questions or for comments, for feedback, or for anything like that.
Hello, doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have a question. How many times will the journal allow the author to revise?
Yeah, most of the time up to 3 times.
Okay.
Up to 3 times.
Can the author ignore the other comments of the reviewer and proceed with following the other comments or corrections?
Okay, if ever you ignore, you should provide justification why you ignored it. But you cannot just ignore it and leave it like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you do like that, your paper will not be published.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
Okay, you're welcome. Yeah. Any other? If you have experience you want to share, I'll be happy to hear your experience. Now
another question, doctor. If an article submitted for publication or for review doesn't have any results, or the result part is empty, so will the article be automatically rejected?
Yeah, it will be automatically rejected because it's an incomplete article.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, Paul. Okay, anyone who want to share or you want clarification or anything?
Doctor, because one of the articles for our reviewers report doesn't have the result part. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Paul. Okay, any question, clarification, contribution, comments, or anything? Okay, so if there are no questions, I will go and show you right away. I'll go to my laptop. I will show you how to look for article. I look for journals for your paper. Okay, and then how you can get things done. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you in a moment, and then let's get started here. Okay, just a moment. Okay, I will share my screen in a moment. Okay, just sharing now, just a moment. Okay. Okay, so I'm here on my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, so we are going to go to site Nego. Okay, so I'm here in Google. I'm going to type in Google site Mego. Okay, then I'm going to click on the link. Okay, so over here, we are going to look for a journal, okay, for our paper. Okay, so you have here journal ranking, you have country ranking, phase 2, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to click on journal ranking. Just a moment, my laptop is a little frozen. It's taking a little time to load. Just some patience. Okay. So I clicked on the country ranking, and then this is where we are. Now, as you can see, over here, we have subject area. We have all subject categories. We have region, all types, and then we have the year here. Okay, so let's assume that we are looking for a journal, okay, which is related to maybe education or maybe education. So I'm going to click on the area, and then we are going to look for education over here. Okay, education maybe will come under social science. So we have social science. Okay, so I've chosen social science. Then I'm going to go to all categories under social science. So I'm going to go to education. Okay. Okay, and then that is done. Now you can see all over here. Let me see the number of journals. If you check here, you will see there are over 1,544 education journals. Okay, so we have to stream it down. Okay, maybe you want a journal that is in Web of Science. Now, if you check here, you will see that only Web of Science, WOS means a Web of Science. So if I click this, it's going to filter, okay, and give me only journals in Web of Science. Okay, and that is it over here. Okay. And then in the same way, if I want open access journals, if I click there, it will open up. And then that is it, the journals like that. Okay. So if I don't need any of these, I will uncheck them. I will uncheck them. Okay, so I uncheck them. And then if I'm looking for a journal in a particular country, maybe I'm looking for a journal in ASEAN. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. If you want in Africa, you can, the Asiatic region, that's Southeast Asia, Europe, or whichever region that you want, or maybe a particular country, you can search here. So maybe you want maybe a journal in Malaysia. Okay, so I'll click on Malaysia. And then it will filter. Now you will see that these are the journals that we can find. And then these journals, I'm sure they are in Scopus or Web of Science. Usually it's not every journal here that is in Scopus and Web of Science, but most of them. But to be very sure, you can go to the journal website to find out for yourself personally. Okay, so we have Malaysian Journal of Learning and Instruction, and then we have this one, and then this one, and that one, and that one. Okay, then let me explain what these things are about. You can see Q3, Q3, Q4, Q4 here. Okay, these are the journal ranking. Okay, they are the journal ranking. Q means quartile, quartile 1, 2, 3 to 4. Okay, and then quartile 1, which is Q1 journals. Okay, let me show you something here. If I choose Asiatic region, which means the whole of Southeast Asia, okay, now you will see Q1 here. This journal is in China, maybe. Okay, Q1 means quartile 1 or first classification. It's a highest quality journal. They are in Q1. Okay, so these are Q1, and then they are represented by green. Okay, and then Q2 means they are less quality journal, or they are lower than Q1 journals. Okay, and usually Q1 have higher impact factor than Q2 journals, and then Q3 journals, and then Q4 journals. Okay, so Q2 is yellow, and then Q3 is orange, and then Q4 journals are red. Okay, so Q4 journals means that they have low impact factor. So the higher the impact factor goes, the higher the ranking is. When we say impact factor, we are talking about the citation of the journal. How many people are reading the journal? How many people are citing the journal? Okay, that's the measure for impact factor. Okay, so this is what you have to know. So if you want to publish as a beginner, if the novelty of your paper is not really very, very strong, don't target Q1 journal because you can't make it. Now, to publish in Q1, it means that your paper has very great novelty. Okay, but you can target Q2 and Q3 journals. Okay, Q2 and Q3 journals, which are very good for beginners. And then if you have a paper with very strong, good novelty and significance, then you can target Q1 journals. So these are some of the reasons why people get papers rejected, because they don't understand some of these things. So you just see the journal and you submit your paper. You don't know the impact factor, the quartile level, and so on and so forth. So you have to check all these things, make sure that your paper, okay, the journal has this level of quartile or impact factor, and then your paper's novelty also meets the ranking of the journal. Okay, so that is Asiatic region. let's assume that I want to look for a journal in the Philippines, okay, which is in education. Okay, so I'm going to click on Philippines over here, and let's see. So Philippines, we have one journal, okay, which is TESOL International Journal, which is Q2. The impact factor, the ranking is 0.0.3 430. Okay, so that is it. And then let's see. If you want to know more about this journal, you can copy this and search in Google to know the detail about the journal. Okay, so that is one thing you can do. Maybe you are not looking in education, but you are looking in cultural study. Okay, so let's check for cultural study. Okay, so Philippines cultural study. We have Philippine Studies, Historical and Ethnographic Viewpoint, which is Q2. It's a good journal. We have Humanities Dilemma, which is very good. And then we have Critica Cultura, which is Q2. So these are good journals, okay, that you can submit your papers to. If your paper is related to culture, that is something you can check out. Or maybe not in culture, but maybe in development. Okay, let's see in development. There is no journal in development. Okay, or maybe we'll check in another place, maybe Northern America. Okay, journal in development. Okay, so we have all these journals, Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4, and so on and so forth. Okay, and some of these, they don't have ranking yet. Okay, so that they have no Q at all. Okay, so this is how you can use SciMego, okay, to look for a journal for your paper. Okay, and like we mentioned, you should always look for the journal first before you prepare your article, so that you will know exactly what it is the journal looks for, or the journal requirements are. Okay, so any questions about this, then I will go to Web of Science and I will show you. Any question about this? Okay, so if there are no questions, then let's go to Web of Science website, and then let's check this out too. Okay, so I'm going to check Web of Science, Clarivate Analytics, Clarivate Analytics. So as you can see here, to be able to access, to be able to check out papers here, most of the time they will ask you to register, to create an account. Okay, so we have the journal master list. For example, if I type in here, education journals, okay, education journals, and I search, let's see the outcome. Now, Web of Science will give me a list of journals in education. Okay, and then what I can do is I can go to the website of the journal and check about the detail of the journal, whether my paper fits a particular journal or not. Okay, that's one way you can do it. Another way is to use the journal finder. So I will click on this here. But to do this, you will need to log in. Okay, you need to log in. Okay, you need to log in. Okay, if you are going to use the journal finder, you need to log in. And with a journal finder, you are going to copy and paste your title and then your abstract. Okay, so that Web of Science will match. Web of Science will match your paper to a particular journal that is perfect for your study. Okay, so you need to do this. Okay, so I have logged into my Web of Science account now. Okay, now I'm going to use the journal matcher, the manuscript match. So we have the title here. Okay, let me go back here. Let me get a paper. And then I will try to match and see how it will go. Just a moment. Okay, so I will just copy one paper here and then get it done so that you can see how this thing goes. Okay, just a moment. Okay, it's still opening, taking a little while. Okay, so what I was saying here is that you copy the title and then the abstract, then you paste, then you go to find journal, and then Web of Science will match your paper, okay, your article to a particular journal. When that happens, you can check those journals that really match your own your work, and then you can check them out and then submit your paper to those journals. Okay, so let me see. I think it's open already. Not this one. Just a moment. Okay. Just a moment, still opening. Just quickly. And then when we see the option provided by Web of Science, okay, now you need to check number one, the frequency of the journal, the reviewer time, that the peer review period, then check the publication charges, okay, and then check the author instruction, because these things are going to help you, okay, to make a decision on as to whether to submit your paper or not. Okay, so now I'm going to copy and paste the abstract over here. Okay, I'll copy paste, and then I will take it into Web of Science. Okay, just a moment. Okay, copy paste the abstract here. These are the keywords. Okay. Okay, just a moment. And then the title I'll put here. Okay, now I'm going to find a journal. So it's searching now. Okay, so based on the abstract I have pasted in and the title, okay, these what do you call it? journals have been suggested. So now you have to go to the journal website, okay? Go to the journal website and check out, okay? Check out what is there, how the journal looks like, and then everything, okay? So that you will be able to make a good decision, okay? And be able to choose the right journal for your paper. So that is what you have to do. Okay, and the same thing can be done for Scopus as well. So let's go to Scopus. Okay, if you are looking for Scopus Index Journal, okay, so here we are in Scopus. Okay, so to make your search more effective, you can sign in into your personal account in Scopus. Okay, so you sign into your account. Okay, so I'm here in my account in Scopus. Okay, so if you are looking for an article, oh, sorry, if you are looking for a journal, you go to sources. Okay, and then when you go to sources, over here, the journals are there. Okay, so what you can do is, we have first quartile, second quartile, third quartile, and fourth quartile. Okay, so maybe your target is second quartile. So you are going to check the second quartile and then apply. Okay, so it will apply. Okay, and then maybe you are looking for journal only, not books and conferences. So you apply, and that is it. And then maybe you want open access journals only. So you check, and then you apply. Okay, so it's going to filter, okay, and bring out what you are looking for. Okay, so over here, if you check up here, okay, we have the categories of journal here. Maybe you are looking for a journal in maybe aquatic science. So you check and you apply. Okay, so you see that you are going to have articles, you are going to have journals in aquatic science, which are open journal, which are in second quartile, which are journals. Okay, so you check them, and what you can do is go to the journal website itself and check out things for yourself and see if whether that is what you want or not. And then at the end of the day, you can select a good journal for your paper. Okay, maybe you don't want in aqua science, but you want in another field. So you click here. Maybe you want in maybe a horticulture. Okay, so you apply, and then it will filter, and then the options will come. So you see it, you can choose a journal that you want. Okay, and then you submit your paper to them. Okay, simple. Okay, so let me say that getting your paper on Scopus is very important. So initially, if you are not going to be able to fit into the first quartile, you can target second and third quartile, or even fourth quartile. As a beginner, it's okay. Okay, if it's second and third, that's okay. It's a good place to be as a beginner. Then when you gain more experience, you can look for journals with a higher impact factor. So this is how you can do it. Then lastly, let's go to ACI, which is ASEAN Citation Index. let us check how you can do this. Okay, let us see how you can find out here. Okay, so we are in ASEAN Citation Index journal database, and over here, every just like Scopus and Web of Science, every journal here is accepted by chat. Okay, and we have over 629 journals indexed here. So you can search, there's a search here. Okay, so if you want articles, maybe an article, you want journals in maybe biology, okay, you can search biology, okay, and then the options will come, the journals will come. So over here we have different countries, the 10 countries in ASEAN. So if you want a journal in, call it Vietnam, yes, you check it out, and then it will filter. Okay, it will filter it, and then you get to know it. If you want particular year, you can choose the same, and so on and so forth. Okay, and then another thing you can do is this. Okay, you can also click on the journals here. Click the journal, and the journal list will come. We have the entries. Okay, I'll make it 100. Okay, and over here you can search the journal as well. Let's say education. Okay, search. Oh, there is no nothing coming out. Okay, so what we can do is that you can scroll through this and check whichever is okay for you, and then you can choose. Okay, check their website, the guideline, and everything, publication, and then get to know the journal before you format your manuscript according to the journal guideline. So when that happens, okay, you will be able to get a good journal, prepare your paper well, and get it submitted. Okay, so this brings us to the end of this session. Do you have any questions so far? Any question? Okay, about looking for the journal for your paper. Okay, okay, ma'am, Anang, okay, no problem. We'll send you the videos. Okay, ma'am Rosemary, you want to say something?
No, doctor, I have no question.
You have no question?
No question.
Okay,
Thank you.
Now, anybody, anything to be clarified, or any question or anything?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, po, Ma'am Castro.
Okay. Lots of training we experience about research, but I think this is the training that which I consider most very very great and very beneficial to all of us. Okay. And at the back of my mind, I'm thinking that maybe if this is the kind of training that we provide to our researchers, Philippines could produce quality researches, and the personnel or our faculty could be able to publish more papers because of the quality inputs that we receive from our speakers. With this, we are very thankful. I myself, I'm very thankful to you for sharing this to us, because you gave us a lot of information on how we could improve ourselves. And not all of us, of course, are privileged in a university to experience. But with your sharing, no, with your sharing, I hope we can improve our capability as a faculty in line with our function and research. Thank you very much, Doc.
Yeah, you're welcome. Salamat. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Okay, so anybody want to ask question, clarify something, or say something?
Oh, doctor, I have a question. Do you have connections with universities? Like, do you sponsor or do you host trainings like this for university faculty?
Yes, actually now we have MOU with a couple of universities. Like this month we'll be having training for some universities. It's an exclusive training for just the faculty of the university. And because of the MOU, they enjoy discounts on the trainings. Okay, so it's a specialized training just for them. So if you want to recommend our training to your university, we'll be thankful, and then we can prepare specialized training just to meet the need of your university. Okay, we do that, and actually this month we are doing training for one particular university, which we have MOU with them.
Okay, so it's the university itself that reaches out to you, not the reverse.
Okay, usually in most cases, the university reaches out to us, but some of them, one of the participants recommends us to the university, and then the university asks us to submit our portfolio. So we submit a portfolio, and then we sign the MOU with them. So they give their research publication trainings to us, and then we help them in other areas to augment all the research activity in the university.
Thank you, doctor.
You're welcome, Paul. Okay, any more clarification or question or sharing? Okay, so if there are no more questions, just some concluding statements. Okay, like I said, I'm going to email you a link which contains the application form, okay, for becoming a member of the one international organization which we are part. Okay, so I will email the link. You just have to fill up the Google form and submit. And then after the period of time, the organization will reach out to you with your certificate. Okay, and that is free, no payment in that. And then number two, we will email you the certificates together with a video, either on Tuesday or on Wednesday. So please be patient with us, yeah, because there are things we have to fix. So now we are doing the certificate, and then the video we need to do a little editing here. Okay, so by Tuesday or latest by Wednesday, we are going to email the video and then the certificate, the peer reviewer certificate. And then on top of that, we are going to give you the certificate of membership as being part of a peer reviewer academy. Okay, and then you can use it in your institution for promotion or for any other purpose that it will serve. Okay, and then those of you whose internet was not okay, don't worry, because the videos are there. If you don't have the handout yet, you can message us in the messenger, and then we'll email the handouts to you right away. And then the next training for September is going to be on how to write a book. Okay, how to write a book and get it published. Okay, the fee is going to be 1,500. However, if anyone from this group will want to join the training, we will give you a discount of 400 pesos. Okay, so you will pay only 1,100 for the 1-day training. If ever anybody will want to join from this team, but the regular fee is 1,500. And if ever you have a book, you want to get it published, or you have a dissertation you want to convert into a book, we can do that as well. We have a couple of them here we are working on. Okay, we can work on it and get your book done in just 4 to 6 weeks only. Your book will be ready with ISBN and author certificate, which you can use, okay, in your institution. And then if you want to sell the books, okay, usually we help with putting the book on our Facebook page, and then we can promote it from time to time, and then you could be able to sell in case you want to. But if you want to use it for promotion purpose, okay, then that is that also. Okay, so somebody is asking the next training. Maybe the next training is going to be around mid of September, maybe second week of September. We'll check this. I'm not sure. Let me see on my calendar here. September, maybe second week, second Saturday of September, something like that. Okay,
Sure.
let me see. Maybe we'll do it around September 18. September 18, maybe will be the next training. Okay, something like that. Okay, so those who want to join, you can join. And then if your college need a journal, we can help you to set up the journal. And then we'll be very happy, okay, if you can recommend us to your institution. Okay, recommend us to your institution for special training or for memorandum of understanding. We'll be very, very thankful to you if you can do that. We'll be happy about it, and then we'll be very grateful to you. Okay, so I think that'll be. Does anybody want to say something or ask something before we?
Sir?
Yes, Ma'am Sharon.
Good afternoon. So I just want to ask, are you all going to include in the next training the publication of an ebook?
No, it's not an ebook. It's a hard paper, hard copy of the book with ISBN. However, we will give you the soft copy. So the printed book, not ebook.
No, I mean, for the training, are you going to have a training on how to publish an ebook as well?
Yeah, how to write a book. The training on how to write a book covers ebook and everything.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. And thank you so much for the new knowledge that you wanted to all of us.
Okay, any more clarification, please?
Sir, I posted a question in the chat box.
Okay.
On
the Ray. Maybe you want to talk. That's okay. Sir Ray, I've seen your question. What is the implication of publishing in Q4 level journal if it's the least that can be tried for a beginner? Usually with Q4, it has low impact factor, which means that only few people read the articles from the journal. So if you publish there, many people will not be reading your work. For that matter, you are not going to get citation. That's the only disadvantage. But apart from that, there is no disadvantage for publishing in a Q4 journal. Okay, so Ray, did I answer your question, Paul?
Doc Yeoman, and plus all of the things that you've shared, they're really a treasure. We are going to cherish that, and definitely will help us as we pursue our commitment and interest to research. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. Welcome, and thank you for the compliment.
Hello, doctor.
Yes, ma'am, Rosemary.
Thank you for the knowledge and the experience that you have afforded us. It's priceless.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Okay, anyone with any clarification, please? Okay, so if there are no more clarification or questions, okay, let's take our photo as usual. Okay, so may I humbly ask you to switch on your camera, and then let's have a photo. If you cannot switch on, let me know so that I can help you, please. Okay, please let's switch on our cameras, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to capture now. So you give me 100, give me 360 degrees smile. Okay. All right. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay. All right. I'm going to capture one more time. Just a moment. Okay. Just a moment. Okay, let's do Waki. Waki. Okay, Waki, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Doc.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you so
Doc,
much.
Okay, thank you
hi,
so
ang
much.
learning
Thank you very much,
so.
Doc Mac. Thank you. Thank you.
See you again.
Thank you so much.
September.
Salamat. Salamat. Thank you.
Nice meeting everyone. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, you too. Okay, keep safe, everybody.
Thank you, Doc.
It's another group, no? It's another group to meet.
Yeah.
So with Dr. Yeoman, I hope we can build our strong bond.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Yeoman, for this opportunity that you gave us.
You're welcome, Paul. Our office is always open.
And I hope we can share this to our colleagues in the university.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Yeoman,
They can also join in your training.
Okay, Paul,
It's the best.
Doctor,
Dr.
I have a
Yaman,
question.
I want to bring you to our university.
Yes,
Or you.
that's true, Dr. Ray.
Dr. Yeoman, I have a question.
Yes, Paul, you ask.
Okay, are you going to give us a feedback on our reviewers report?
Yes, I will give you the feedback. I'll give you feedback. Maybe by Friday, I will email you on the feedback of your report. So I said everybody should submit by Thursday. So by Friday, I will email you.
Yeah, I have to double time the other one, the last one.
Yes.
Sir, you said Thursday is the deadline, right?
Yes.
Friday.
Friday we'll be giving the feedback.
Yes, I'll give feedback on Friday.
Doc, give us also
I'll
the
be sending
certificate
mail
for
now.
as the reviewer.
Okay, for Mama Rebel. Mama Rebel, thank you. Mama Rebel came with about 9 of her faculty. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome.
Always
Doc Yoman,
keep us updated
just a
for your
suggestion.
trainings.
Okay, po. Yes, sir, Ray.
Why not make it Friday so that you'll have the weekend to read through and not to rush you for the feedback.
You mean the deadline?
Yeah, deadline on Friday instead of Thursday.
Instead of Friday, I should make it Saturday.
No, just Friday.
No problem. I can be flexible on that. No problem.
Dr. Yaman,
Yeah,
I'm going to resubmit my reviewers reports now.
Okay, po.
It's with the article rating now.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. So it's just submit. It's just to be submitted to the same email, right?
Yes, the same email.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Doc.
Okay, thank you for Mama Rebel. Okay. Okay, and those of you who still need a software, you can message us. Now you can message us, and then we will respond to that.
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
availed of that. We have not. Except I have not just tried it.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Keep safe. God bless, Dr. Yom.
God bless everybody. God bless. Okay, see you
Dr.
again in the next minute. Yes, Paul.
I'll be waiting for the video on how to start with the Turnitin.
Yes. I will email it after I shut down. Okay, I will email it.
Same with me, Doc. Same with me.
Okay po.
Sir, sana lahat na. All of us who availed because I also have want to be guided on that turn it in.
Okay po.